Don't mind me as I apply acne dots to my face, because we're having a tough time out here, folks. Oh, I missed it fully. Maybe I should have used the mirror.
Oh,
There's the
you saw
mirror.
Camera? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There you
I
go.
think you got it.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. How was your guys' week?
Uh,
Girl, me too. Gender
Yeah,
neutral girl. The collective
We know.
girl.
I totally get it. Girl in the deity that
Yes.
you know, God,
Yes.
girl.
Yeah.
No, Vienna, I caught that, and then I was like, no, that's correct. You
That's-
say girl in a gender neutral way.
yeah.
it's
I
true.
totally get it.
I mean, I've had a pretty good week.
Oh, do share.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing in particular, nothing special. Just been working on things and accomplishing things.
Yeah.
Exciting.
I built my computer.
Hell yeah.
So that's like it's like done and it works and everything. I just now need to get my files over and re-download software and stuff like that. So that's exciting. And
Yay.
also exciting news for you guys. Probably means I'll start getting the recordings out this week, if not next week.
You like
Awesome. No pressure. I'm going insane.
It's
That's
totally
exciting.
fine and cool.
That's
Very
exciting.
chill.
When you say build your computer, do you have like a little screwdriver? Is that kind of building?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
Oh,
buy
wow,
the
okay.
body parts.
Yeah.
Oh,
You buy the parts and you put them together.
that's wild.
I have to
Well,
do a
that
lot
is-
of research to make sure stuff fits.
Oh my gosh. Well, I hope it's wonderful.
I can go take
It looks
a picture of
great so far, yeah.
Woohoo.
When I was
Alright.
getting my PC, it was like a matter of I went to the electronics place and I was like, I want a place to play video games, and the guy was like, okay, like you want to have the RAM or the thing or the I'm just like, just
Please.
Just
fucking-
give me.
Just give me a
so
video
true.
game machine, please. Stop
Yeah.
boring
So
me with all
true.
of these questions.
And he did.
That's good. Yeah. Buying computers is like you think you know a lot, and then you're like,
Yeah.
do I? Do I?
How is the rest of y'all's weeks?
Sorry, I have something to say about PC or the rest of y'all's weeks. I had the same thing where I built this current computer 10 years ago, which is why I need a new one. And for this next one, I was just gonna be same thing. Just go to the store and be like, okay, I know a little bit more about computers, so I can just be like, oh, this is more what I need. This is not what I need. For whatever reason, I don't know if it's the United States or just California or whatever. Computer prices are crazy right now. I don't understand why. Getting even like a very basic computer that doesn't do that much was gonna be like $1,000 just to like
Oh,
run
God.
the programs that we needed and stuff. And it's like I just did research and I was like, oh, like usually you can build a computer that's about equivalent to one you would just buy pre-built for about the same price or a little bit lower, just because you're not getting like the store markup. I did research and was like, oh, I could build a significantly better computer for significantly cheaper than just like buying something. And that's why I ended up doing it. It was
Nice.
insane.
Wow, that is cool.
I wonder why the prices hiked up. My immediate thought is like Bitcoin graphics cards being unavailable because all the Bitcoin people have them.
There was definitely a thing for a long time in the industry where there was like a huge number of used graphics cards on the market, but you couldn't use any of them because they had all been used for Bitcoin mining, so they were like really worn down.
They were,
super used and not very useful for things. But because they had bought so many previously, the market like hadn't recovered. So you could, like buy new
God.
ones.
That's insanity.
I think it's just it's still just like the computer chip shortage. Like, not that much is coming out of Taiwan and stuff like that.
Wow. I like how you can see your hand in there and it looks like a tiny baby hand. Like,
Yeah, it is a
like
tiny
that. Just like a little piece of the computer is like a tiny baby hand.
Yeah. Yeah. That's its soul.
It's holding it together. Anyway, there was a hurricane this week. Everything worked out fine. Everything worked out fine. I got 3 days off
you're
of work.
right.
I was gonna say you got time off work, so that went better than fine.
And
That
was
was like
it
a
Yeah.
Thank God. It was basically, well, at least, in my neck of the woods and my, family's area. It's just like a couple days of thunderstorms, nothing, insane. So, woohoo, we love that for me.
Yeah.
That's my update. Everything's
We love you being safe.
yay.
We
Yes.
love that.
It was
We love
your
touching.
you being
plan's not
safe.
being canceled.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that for me, hopefully, in the future.
We were talking about new phones
Yeah?
Who dis?
last time, and I got the flippy phone.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
Shit.
Wow, it looks so fun.
Oh, look. You guys can see yourselves.
It's
Behind
us.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
But yes.
Do you like it?
I like it a lot. I'm still getting used to it.
Yeah.
And, like I've had Android before, but I went from iPhone to Android, and I think I spent
Oh,
a lot
big.
of time on iPhone. So I'm still getting a little used to it, but it activates the Game Boy Advance SP
Yes.
need in my brain. So big
So
fan.
real. So
Yeah.
cute.
Whether it's a phone call or a game you're playing, you can always rage quit by just snapping it closed.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
How fun.
That's really good. Vienna, I'm the opposite way where I had Androids all my life and then went to iPhone,
Mhm.
and I don't think I'm gonna be able to go back on that
That's
one.
valid.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
wow.
mean, like iPhones are. I miss it a little, and I have like a Mac laptop. So like not having that.
They don't play nice.
Yeah.
No.
I can still add like there's a web browser where I can access my text messages on Google, but yeah, I miss that a little bit, but I'm also potentially thinking about a new computer because this is a decade old, but also it's like still kicking, so
Yeah.
I will say Vienna because
Mhm.
Patrick is saying it's so bad, and
yeah, hold off.
you just need a word processor. Mostly, I'd hold off.
Oh no, girl. Listen, I want to play so many games and I can't play any of them
No.
because they're all on Steam.
Yeah.
But so
I-
much stuff
Or
is on
they're
like
all on Windows,
Switch
I
now.
should say.
Oh, okay. I said so much stuff is on Switch now.
Yeah, that's very true, which I do have.
There is a lot more stuff than there used to be that is on Mac. It's still certainly not everything, but
Yeah.
but
Some things.
some stuff. And yeah, if you want help building a PC or choosing a PC, your guy just I'd recommend if your computer's still working, not really doing it right
Yeah,
now,
no,
just
we're
whatever
good.
reason, the industry the
Yeah.
way it is. Our computer was like actively dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I
that's
thought
how
it
was
wasn't
with
gonna
my
wake up
car.
today.
I
Oh no.
I really didn't want to buy a car this last year because it is the worst market for cars of like all time. And then
Yeah.
my car died while I was driving on the highway, and I said, okay, well, I'm getting a new car.
My hand
Oh
has
my
been
God.
forced.
Yeah.
Well-
Also, the market for cars being bad is entirely artificial.
Yep, I
I
know.
believe that.
There's
God.
still a bunch of cars that are not being sold in order to prop up the value of the ones that are being sold.
This country is a human
Because
fucking
capitalism
nightmare.
is a scam.
Yep, pretty much.
Love it. Love it.
I'm seeing a whole lot of Teslas around, and it's frightening
Yeah.
me.
Same.
Me too.
here.
I keep seeing
They used to be
Uber
really
drivers
rare.
having Teslas,
Yeah.
and I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of them from Uber drivers too. It's very rare. It used to be surprising to see one, and now I see them like every single
Everywhere.
day.
Yeah.
I mean, hun, we are in
An affluent area.
You are
Yeah.
in California.
we're in California. You know, well, when Tesla first came out, it was like Silicon Valley and nowhere else. Now it's like Silicon Valley and South and nowhere else. We're now in the mecca of Tesla. But yeah, no, you should be scared because they might just like catch fire or explode.
Yeah. And that
Yeah.
could affect
Also-
you.
At this point, like, we know who Elon Musk is and what he's about, and you don't want to give that bitch anything.
I will say,
Anything.
I haven't been seeing new Teslas. I've been seeing like
Yeah,
beat
well,
up older
yeah.
Teslas.
God.
Yeah,
Maybe that's why
but,
they
like,
have
the-
to drive Uber now.
Well, Tesla is apparently behind on delivering their new vehicles. There's something like 3 years behind for certain models. Like
Nice.
3 years after they said they would deliver them. I believe there's actually a lawsuit because they debuted those self-driving trucks, and a bunch of companies placed orders, and then Tesla like quietly shelved it and didn't say
God.
anything. And now it's like, hey, contractually, you were supposed to give us a truck a year ago, and they're like, well, we're not making them, and it's like, well, then you're paying the out of compliance fee then.
I feel like
Yeah.
it's not hard to be like an evil Dickensian villain, but yet
Yeah.
here we are.
Mhm.
I was.
Um,
This is the last thing I have to say on this. I was at the park the other day, and there were some high school kids because it was just after 3, and I live right near the high school, so they were there. And I heard them chatting, and I'm just hanging out, but I overheard, "Tesla's a good car, right?" And I felt like going over and being like, "Hi, you don't know me, I don't know you.
I'm an elder.
I'm you
I'm
from
sorry."
the future.
Yeah.
Do not. Get out
I
of my
felt like I had to
You don't know
intervene.
how much that is
Yeah.
my life. Just like constantly resisting the urge to be like, you don't know me, but I overheard your conversation and I had strong
I need to
opinions."
help you.
Yeah. If I'm overhearing conversations, it's almost always that. Anyway, I looked at them and they were just hanging out, and I'm like, no, just let them be. They're not gonna
Enjoy
drive
your
a car
youth.
for another 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had kind of a crazy week. You guys have heard most of it. I had an interview yesterday.
Yeah, how'd it go?
It went well, though I will say, like, I was very nice, but like he didn't know the answer to any of my questions.
Love that.
Oh.
Which is
Yeah.
a first for me in an interview. That's never
Yeah.
happened before. I was like, "Can I ask what brand the social media is for?" And or this position's for? And he was like, "I can't answer that." I was like, "Oh, okay. Can you tell me like the tone of the social media?" And he was like, "No, I don't know." I was like, "Okay, can you tell me the post frequency?" And he was like, "No, I don't know." And I was like, "Okay."
Is this that's bonkers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like,
don't
I
know.
wasn't.
Go ahead.
He was like, "Oh, these are going to be great questions for like the next person to potentially interview you." But I was like, "You weren't even briefed on." Like
Yeah.
I was
Basics?
expecting him to say, because this is apparently like an unreleased product, so I was expecting him to say, "I can't tell you what the product line is,
Legally.
but it's a fashion doll aimed at tweens or something like that."
Yeah.
Like something that doesn't fucking mean anything. And it's also funny because when I was interviewing for Bandai, they were like, "Do you want to know company secrets for the next
Yeah.
4 years?" And I was like, "I don't think you can tell me those."
And then they're like, it's fine.
That is rude. Yeah, maybe that was just the screening like vibe interview, and they're like, all right, she seems cool. Next,
That's-
and then you get the real one.
Yeah, that's what we have to assume. He was just like he was an HR guy who was a
Oh, yeah,
hiring
yeah.
manager, and I have to assume if he didn't know anything, it's because this is just the vibe check interview.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Hey.
had that before.
Hey, are you like a real person and not
Yeah.
and not an AI? You know,
You have hopes and dreams.
is your resume just like flagrant lies? You know,
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's probably what it is.
So
I
he
can
said,
see.
"I'll hear back next week." So we'll see. It would be cool. I'm not like putting all my hopes on it. It's pretty far. And apparently their Glassdoor reviews are super good. So yeah, we'll see. It would be cool. Because I fucking love Bratz and Rainbow High and stuff like that. Also, it feels like a good, like, not to say like silly, but like low stress, like not
Yeah.
not silly, not low stress, but just like fun. Like It's
Yeah.
okay to have
Yeah.
fun kind of social media brand.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I only told Vienna about this, but my sister really wanted to see Book of Mormon when it came into town, and I totally
Mhm.
fucking forgot about grabbing tickets, which was on me. I just didn't realize it was coming up that fast. And I got in an email because I'm on their like lottery email blast, and they're like, enter for the lottery. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'll enter for the lottery, and then I'll see what tickets are left to buy if we don't win the lottery. And then I saw that every single showing of Book of Mormon was sold out.
Oh my god.
Shit. This
Oh
is
my
the only
god.
thing my sister kept saying. I don't care about any other show, but we need to see Book of Mormon. We have to. Everything else we can do the lottery, but we have to buy Book of Mormon tickets. And I was like, shit. And I was like, say something. And he was like, no. So I
Your
said,
sister
okay.
is too easily stressed to introduce new anxiety willy-nilly.
I was like, we'll get everyone we can to enter the lottery, including Vienna.
Yes.
Get it. Good idea.
And they ran the lottery yesterday. I wasn't hearing anything back. And I was like, how am I going to break this to my sister? I went down for a nap and I woke up and she was like, call me when you get this. And I was like, okay. And I called her and she's like, well, I won the lottery. And I was like, oh, thank God.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
that's lucky.
Yeah. And she's like, do you want to come with me? And I was like, yeah, unless you'd rather take someone else. And she's like, no, I most want to take you. And I was like, okay. I don't care that much about Book of Mormon, but I'll go. Tickets are only $25 for a completely sold out show. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my
yeah.
god.
So I'm doing that on Tuesday. That's one of my unavailabilities.
Yay. That's so
And then the other,
comment.
what was that?
Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, and the other unavailability is the Halloween party, which I am so fucking stressed about. I'm gonna die.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. He'll be there. He'll be there.
I mean, it's not just
I'm
that.
so
Also worried
stressed.
about it being 1,000,000,000 degrees.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
for
currently
real.
going to be in the 90s. And I've been to
It
a
was
lot of
just-
Halloween parties, but I've been lucky that the hottest it's ever been has been like 85 degrees, which is very doable.
Yeah.
90 on the other hand.
90's really-
No,
Just
I
crossing
was
the-
talking with Mooney. I'm like, I need to brainstorm some slut costumes because otherwise I'm gonna die. I'm gonna go down if I am not nude.
I was like, I don't, because like Vienna's usually like, yes, give me the sun, I'm a lizard, and we just keep her outside when she comes over here. But I was like, I think the hottest you've ever been has been like 87. I don't know if you've ever been here when it's been well over 90.
The thing is, it's 90 here. It's 90 in Minnesota today.
Okay.
Like, it
So I
sucks.
know.
Okay.
But, like, and also, like, it's not humid where you guys are at. So, like,
It is
is it?
recently.
Okay.
Probably
But
not when
also-
Vienna's going to be here.
But
It
it's
was
also
humid 'cause of the
probably
rain.
less humid than the place with all the lakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's usually a dry heat, but it's good to have backups. I'm also
Yes.
figuring out my backups. I in a panic, I was like the Giselle dress I wanted to Anime Expo is 100% cotton, so it's very heat friendly. It's also very like flowy and stuff. And I didn't have a wig for it because I changed my wig that I used last time into my Anasum. So I was like, I had already had a wig that I was going to buy for Giselle, and I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to buy it right now so it'll arrive in time, and if I need to, I can just turn that into an emergency costume. Especially if Hans isn't going to show up, then I can just be another ginger.
You're like, we're the same.
But yeah, that's my week, which has been way more interesting than it usually is.
Yeah.
Crossing my fingers. Hope everything works
Thank
out.
you. It just makes me feel good to have an interview offer again. It's been so, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
my last interview was in May, but my last first interview offer was in February. So
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
was in March. I don't know. It was a long time ago.
Okay, guys. One thing to take care of before we jump in. We're gonna get into this in the recap, but we've got Metal and Isle heading off potentially to meet Metal's aunt, and we've got Cal and Fish going to a meeting with the administrator. So my question is, where is Swifty and Kekano?
Kekano's with
Kekano's
Fish.
with you going to the meeting.
Mhm.
What happened to Swifty? Is Swifty just like in Metal's room with some toys and some food? Is Swifty going with you? You're bringing a cat to the meeting? Is
I-
Swifty once again in Cal's pocket and is going to be in part of that meeting? Is Swifty being supervised by Wilma?
Just having a girls' day.
Babysitter.
Yeah.
I think she's definitely not with me. And if she's not with Cal, she's definitely just hanging out in Metal's room.
Yeah, I think at this point Cal has gone so in her. This is about to all so this whole friendship thing is all about to burst thing that she is pretty much like, all right, well,
Goodbye,
I'm not
Cat.
getting any custody of the cat, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I might
Metal's
get
a single mother now.
I might get semi-custody of the seal.
Yeah.
The seal might visit me from time to time.
Yeah, the seal has enough agency to be like, I want to go see mom.
And Fish will go, oh yeah, an Isle, of course.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Okay. So yes, you all came back from your original mission and then your side mission that was unexpected, dealing with the Slogs. And you arrived back in the sanctuary where it was finally time to kind of rest and recuperate and deal with larger issues. The personal issues you want to explore, settling down larger plots and schemes, things about people's history or mysteries or new necromancers showing up, all that good stuff. You were debriefed by Dean Dong and the assistant administrator, as well as Ambassador Flores. And it seemed like you did a really great job, and people were really impressed with you. What was most interesting that came out of that is that the random guy you ran into on the train was someone very scary and potentially, seemingly, involved in the attack on the sanctuary. So that Dean showed some kind of interest in that is going to be a continuous conversation that he or somebody else is going to have to follow up with you on that, to figure out kind of what the hell happened and put the pieces together. But as part of that, Metal was officially promoted to a permanent position as an agent rather than a temporary one for the mission. That also means that you all have the option now of being sort of the agent's team. Metal gets the clearance, but you can go with her on missions and be paid for it. And as part of that, Metal got her new security clearance, which required her to take an oath of kind of fidelity to the sanctuary itself. And she now has access to the agent archives, which has information that's perhaps a little more sensitive than what everybody has kind of general access to, and things that have to do with specific agent missions, as well as a new set of earrings that are magically connected to the sanctuary. She can now call in directly to the agent dispatch, which is currently Agent Hedge, and be able to just send messages to the sanctuary. And I didn't get into this last time, but as it was explained to you, if someone does not pick up, you can actually leave a short message, kind of like a voicemail. So you have a much easier ability to contact the sanctuary now and do all those things.
Just gonna leave a it's like, hey, I'm dying. Please help. Okay.
I don't want to bother, but
I'm actually,
Metal.
but my legs have been cut off.
Yeah.
Be back. Anyway.
Or don't. Whatever is convenient.
Yes, very much. Metal has also been dealing with the stress of coming back to the sanctuary and finding out that her aunt wants to speak with her and is potentially trying to take her away from all this and keep her from being an agent and take her out of the sanctuary. And after talking with her friend and her aunt's butler, Manfred, they decided it might be good to take a little trip to her aunt's house to try to convince her in person. And Isle offered to come along as some sort of like backup security kind of muscle arm candy in a way to say like look, Metal's protected, she's got me. And so after Metal's sort of agent promotion and such. The two of you have now gotten together and are heading upstairs to meet Manfred. As a mortal, even a magically aware mortal, he's not allowed in the sanctuary itself, so he can't come downstairs. So you'll most likely meet him upstairs in the hotel. Meanwhile, we have the administrator who has expressed a imminent desire to speak to Calligenus about some things. Exactly what, you're not sure, but you do know that other necromancers, including some from your temple, are perhaps heading to this area in the near future. And because of some hostility with Tone in the past, you have decided to bring Fish along as sort of a witness in order to keep Tone and maybe even yourself kind of in check. So we are actually going to open with Cal and Fish and Kekano coming into Administrator Tone's office. And when you open the door, you see Tone behind his large desk, as well as a man you don't recognize sitting in the guest chair. You see a man who is, well, Cal is the one who would see him first as she came in. And the first thing that comes to mind is you've never really seen a human with this kind of proportion. The closest thing you've seen is a Kranga, but this isn't a Kranga, it's a person. But very tall, very scrawny, and very long-limbed. Just a very...
It's Malevolent just hanging out in Canada. That's where he was.
Maybe. Just this very, very kind of tall, very like folded up into his guest chair. Young-looking black guy with little glasses. And as you come in, Administrator Tone just says, Cleric, perfect. Come in and have a seat. And Sorcerer Fish, I don't believe... Deputy Fish, sure. I don't believe I asked for your presence.
I did.
Well, no one does. Yes, I'm here on behalf of Clark Denier.
I understand. Well, if the cleric desires it, that's fine. Have a seat wherever you can. Reverend Denier, I would like to introduce to you one of our young archivists. This is Jamal Tractate. And Jamal stands up, and immediately all kind of similarities to a Kranga end, because they are very graceful, very dexterous, Jamal stands up and goes, "Oh yes, that's me," and immediately knocks a picture frame off the wall and just shatters it on the ground. And he's just like, "Oh, shit! I just hi." Gives you like a hand. Hi, I'm Jamal, and then he takes his hand back because he's staring at the ground. He's just shattered. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm. It's nice to meet you. Cleric, Reverend, Priestess, Danier. Just call her Cleric, please. Okay, Cleric, Reverend Danier. And then he goes down and he starts like scooping up the broken glass.
While he's doing that, she casts mending.
Oh, wow, that's really something. He tries to hang it back up on the wall, immediately drops it again, but catches it before it hangs up, and then just kind of like sets it on his chair, and then goes in for an actual handshake. And
She does her little like dainty fingers.
little finger touch, and the entire time you can just see Tone dying inside, as this is something he doesn't really want in his office.
I think Cal probably mage hands the photo frame back onto the hook.
Tone notices and just goes, "Thank you, Cleric. Now then,
Small nod.
first things first, I know what you're going to say. I know you're going to ask. Unfortunately, no. We cannot house the necromancers in the sanctuary itself. I'm sorry, but we have information here that is too sensitive. And, well, having you here is the repayment of a favor. And I'm afraid favors to Tinnitus don't go far enough to house and feed an additional, like, looks at a piece of paper, 4 necromancers. So I'm afraid they'll have to find accommodations elsewhere.
She tilts her head and says, "We don't eat very much."
That is true, I suppose. But I do understand that, Abbot Pagan is going to be arranging for alternate accommodations. It looks like they've purchased I believe you'd call it a chapel in the town of Cumberland. A chapel being just like a safe, yeah, they're at the YMCA. Just being kind of a safe, like minor place for necromancers to stay. It's something a lot smaller than a temple. A chapel could describe like a research facility that they own, or a private retreat. But it could also be way simpler than that. It could be, hey, there's an apartment we own, the church owns in Montreal, that like a necromancer can stay in when they're passing through. That apartment is a chapel, technically. It's any kind of like official owned necromancer property where one could spend the night, really. So a chapel doesn't really describe whether this is like very small temporary accommodations or something more permanent. I believe you were also told by Abbot Tinnitus that there would be some renegotiations of your place here and the resources available to you due to the help you granted us on this mission, as well as the report Tinnitus gave us about the potential threat to the sanctuary. I believe Abbot Tinnitus and I are in agreement that first and foremost what you need is assistance with your pilgrimage. And so that is where our young archivist Tractate comes in. Archivist, yep, yes, I'm really happy to be here. and I think I can help you. Just like any kind of research, or like getting in the files or anything. You need me to write anything up, or like put together reports. I'm really good at that. Yep, just to like whatever you need.
Mm.
Yes, as Calspet is a guy. Oh, awful. Yes. You will be given junior archivist tractate as part of your research resources. He will not be able to work for you full time, but his primary assignment for the next few weeks at least will be assisting you with your research. Anything that you need him to find or collate for you. Additionally, you will be granted access to documents clearance level 3 or below. That includes the less private personal correspondence or records of the Council of Elders. Unfortunately, Mr. Tractate cannot be assigned by you outside of the sanctuary anywhere, and he will need to go through the more sensitive records himself and clear them for you before you may see them. And we must insist that any original documents that will leave the sanctuary must be cleared by either this office or the office of the archivist. So while you may bring notes to the other necromancers, I'm afraid you cannot bring original documents without clearance. Is that clear to you, Reverend?
It is. And he is on the sanctuary's payroll.
He is, yes.
And his motivation to do as exemplary of a job as possible is motivated by what exactly?
I gotta say, Cleric, I'm super excited about doing this assignment and everything. I just think it's, I'm just happy to help. His benefit is being paid and not being fired.
Is there a risk of him being fired? Is he known for doing less than exemplary work?
Tractate looks at the administrator with big, wide, scared eyes, and the administrator just like faces in his direction for a second, and then goes, "No, I am assigning him to you because his work has been exemplary so far. But there is always a risk." Like hard eye contact. He's like, I'm gonna do such a good job.
Hell things. Oh God, another medal.
Meanwhile, Fish has been, very politely for once staying out of it. But now they're gonna just kind of stick their head in and go, "Hey, Jamal, was it? Yes, you may have heard. I'm Deputy Fish. I was only just deputized."
That's really cool. Hey, pleased to meet you.
Yes, you do.
If you got any paperwork you need to fill out with the new deputy thing, happy to help.
Awesome.
Any
Fuck no, though.
Friend of mine.
Yes, wonderful. I'm so glad that you're going to be helping out Cleric Denia, because she really needs all the help that she can get. I don't mean that in a way where she's incompetent. I mean it in the place where she has difficulty gelling with the sanctuary. I hope you don't mind me saying that, Denia. For anything that you cannot do, assist her with, I appoint myself at this time, Administrator Tarn, with your permission, that I'm still going to do even if I don't get your permission.
To be clear, you do not have clearance to sensitive documents.
I don't care about sensitive documents. I'm just, I'm here to make sure that, to act as a buffer between our beloved cleric here and the outside world.
Very well. I approve, yes. You may assist the cleric in any way you see fit. I
Thank
must
you very
ask,
much.
is that a seal?
Oh
Did you bring it
yes.
to the sanctuary?
Yes.
It is a familiar.
It's
I picked him up from our most recent mission, and when I say picked him up, I mean he came out of my head.
Hi, I'm Kakano.
Yes. The cleric is right. He is a familiar. He's a magical beast and not an actual like seal that I picked out of like the ocean. And he's also very professional, and he's just gonna sit here and be good. And he's my if I'm the assistant, he's my assistant.
I understand. I will say this is very fascinating. Familiars are incredibly rare, especially one that seems to be entirely a magical construct.
Yes, I'm aware, Tone, but Administrator Tone, pardon me, but I am a one of a kind guy, aren't I?
He, you can see his chin just kind of turn ever so slightly, where you can see the like empty plate with a little bit of food on it, where he was having his most recent meal, and he says, "You are talented. That is true."
Thank you.
Kekano, was it? Yes.
Gekano.
Please feel free to feel welcome in our sanctuary. I hope you understand if I do not give you a security pass.
Oh, that's
Okay.
all right. We completely understand. I'm just glad that we've established my role here, which is to be an assistant, an accessory, not as important as Jamal here, of course, to Cleric Denier.
Of course, the job you assigned yourself to, yes.
Yeah, that's the one.
Very well. Well, I believe that covers it, unless there is anything else you would like to speak to me about this moment. Jamal is like, oh, I actually had a question. If you are the assistant and he is the assistant, do I take orders from the seal as well?
Absolutely.
No.
No. Yes. He turns and looks at Tone. Sure.
So we have completely created complete chaos for someone who is supposed to be working directly and only for me.
To be clear, Archivist Tractate, you work for the Sanctuary first, for Cleric Denier second, and anyone Cleric Denier designates below that.
And
Is
so
that-
far, I designate no one else. We will see if I change my mind.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Totally cool. Is there anything you want me to start with first, or you can have this conversation outside my office?
Yes, no, we all know Tone is someone who cannot stand to be in the presence of people for any longer than he needs to.
Can't aren't we all that like that? Not me. I'm very social.
I think Cal at that kind of nasty comment that is like accurate, but also like intended to be disrespectful to like one of the most powerful people in the world.
I was like, she's being too nice.
Yeah, I think with that comment, you feel just a little bit of psychic pressure. And it's like if someone was just pushing on you. Like you can feel like it could hurt if it was hard enough, but it doesn't. And then it backs off. Of just like this little warning of like don't push me too much.
Uh, God, how bad do I want to be? I want to be bad. Wait, life is fully worth living. She strides out of the room, and as she does, she uses Mage Hand to knock the photo frame back off.
You actually see as you knock it off and it is falling, you see Jamal go stiff and then like almost like a marionette, like not in control of his own body, dives for it and picks it up and grabs it and keeps it from smashing. He's like, "Oh my god, I reacted so fast." Sure.
Does Cal just clock that as what it is, or do I need a roll for that?
No, I would say the rumor, you've been in the sanctuary long enough to know the rumor is that while Tone is a sensitive, he is a sensitive devoted more towards kind of the mind control side of things than the more traditional things. Definitely kind of the darker side of this sensitive adept arts. But this is the first time you've ever seen him exclusively use it, and probably because you pissed him off. Like the fact you have never seen it, even though it like would be helpful sometimes when you've been arguing with him in the past. He can make you stop talking and leave, but he never has. It's not something he likes to do. It seems like, and as he like has caught himself doing this. Jamal kind of goes back to himself and is like, "Oh my god, I was so fast." And he looks at Fish and Kekino for like confirmation and approval.
Yeah, great catch. So good.
Yeah. Oh my god, and you can see that. I'd say Cal can give me an insight check with disadvantage because you can't see anything. Tone is completely covered in beads. Everything is cloth. He has very rigid body language. He gives nothing away.
That's a 7.
Okay. With a 7, you see that Tone's shoulders slump just a little bit, and he hangs his head ever so slightly. And Jamal immediately his fingers loosen, and he drops the picture, and it shatters again. And you get the sense maybe Tone felt a little bit bad of kind of like reflexively controlling somebody.
Okay.
But
Cal does not use menting.
Yeah.
Can I just real quick roll to say what was this photo to begin with?
Yeah.
Right.
Give me investigation or perception.
Yes.
It's definitely like one of those pictures where you're like shaking someone's hand and like doing this, and it's like
Yeah.
it's like metal came into it. Like her first face. It's like
only Ink gets this reference. I'm picturing literally the piano picture in Serious and Unfortunate Offense when Olaf is like, "I'm in the piano," except it's tinnitus in the piano. That's the twist.
I know what this
That's
picture
14.
is. Okay.
Ooh,
With a 14, the photo is a number of people posing together. Not a kind of candid photo, just a photo of a bunch of people. You recognize a Grand Mage Crown, Grand Mage Ridgeback, some other people that you don't recognize. And then, were you present when Cal did the like little hologram of Tone in her conversation at the Clanlands? I mean, hologram of Cadence.
I thought you said it was non-visual.
You could choose whether to make it visual or not. I think you might have chosen to do it once, where somebody else could see it.
I don't think it.
Okay, if
You
you,
did?
if you
Okay.
think you never made it visual, then I'd say nobody else knows what tinnitus looks like. So you
Oh.
don't see that tinnitus is in this picture with
Okay.
Interesting.
looking as a much younger man. There's a woman hanging off of his arm, and he seems to be laughing. But yes,
Sucks.
some people you recognize in this photo, Tone is not in it.
Oh.
Tone is
It
not in the
really is
photo.
a VFD photo, huh?
Tone is the woman. He transitioned.
And we support that.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So Fish is just looking to gauge if it's all right if they, to make Jamal feel a bit better. They, can I intentionally miss with blasphemous darts?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna
You're
point it around.
like you can't aim at something and say like don't hit that, but you can hit something else because blasphemous darts never misses.
Okay, so Fish focuses on a piece of glass that's on the floor and it's just like, oh, phew. Now we've all had a go. Yeah.
Sorcerer Fish,
Deputy.
Deputy Fish.
Yeah.
Get out of my office.
I'm going.
Deputy Kekano, it was a pleasure to meet you. Jamal, leave that. And he's like, oh, okay. Just like picks up the glass, drops it back on the floor, and just kind of walks out, following the two of you, and closes the door on his way out.
I am gonna go to Jamal and say, do you have access to mortal libraries?
Yeah. I mean, it can take a little while to like get things from different branches. I'll have to bring them in to kind of the local library. Do some inter-library transfers and stuff. But yeah, I've done research in mortal systems before.
For my first assignment to you, I'd like to have you look into a book. And she's saying this very quietly, so Fish can't overhear.
Okay, Fish is not. They're just kind of like, all right.
Not paying attention. Cool.
Yeah.
I'd like you to look into a mortal book that should be the author E. Shepherd.
Okay, E. Shepherd, and
It should be.
what is the name of this book?
I'm not sure what the name is. I can get you the publishing year.
Okay. Yeah, that'll help narrow it down. Shepherd's, not an uncommon last name for a mortal.
He opens her notebook, flips through as I double check. La 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 la.
You can just say
19.
give it to him.
Yeah, she says should be published around April 1933.
Okay, excellent. I will go research that for you. Is there anything else I can get for you from the Mortal Library system, or would you like me to get started on any of your research notes or anything like that?
That is it for the Mortal Library. For the other archives, just pull anything from North American temples in the last 50 or so years, and just start me with a stack of those. And do tell me if you destroy anything while you're doing your research. I can repair it.
Oh, thank you. I don't usually destroy records. That's kind of like the opposite of my job. But yeah, it's good to know.
What is your discipline?
Mostly like paperwork stuff.
No, your magic discipline.
Oh, yeah, no, that's the official name for it, paperwork stuff.
A Fish is paying attention to this now, by the way.
Technically, my magic discipline is logography. So it's having to do with writing and reading and copying paperwork and things like that. Very very good at it. So I can read books extra fast, and I can summarize notes and make copies about things and things like that.
At
That'll
some
be-
point, if you need a extra task to do while you are waiting for things to be pulled, I do need a copy of my notes to be created for Deputy Fish over here.
I can do that right now if you want.
I think she like weighs how much is in that notebook that is confidential. I assume not very much because it's like a at-home notebook.
Yeah, it's kind of your working notebook. I imagine that you probably, since you've been very in the middle of doing this research, you probably haven't even like really organized it. You haven't rewritten stuff, so there's probably a lot of double entries about like, hey, I found out this necromancer is actually alive. Oops, no, here's a later record of him dying. Oh no, it looks like he moved to another temple. Like a lot of like kind of contradictory stuff, kind of messy as like a work notebook. But there's probably some private things in there. Maybe things that don't make sense without context, but might be some stuff. And you can ask him to take out a page or two of the copies and things like
Yeah,
that.
I can always do mending to take it out. So I think she's gonna start she's gonna take her notebook and just start very meticulously, like wall walking, tearing out just an occurs to me things, all of the sigil pages. So just tear, hand, tear, hand, tear.
You don't need to do that. That's okay. Just anything you need copied or not copied, I will copy or not copy. Sorry, I don't like the damage to books. That's okay.
It's a notebook. It's not a novel. Or a text or tome.
I suppose.
I can and she goes, you do not have to worry. And then she shows by like immediately sticking a page back on, Shadow's like stitch it back up when she does mending.
Stitch it back up into the
new.
binding, and it's like perfect. And he's like, yeah, you've changed his life forever. You've shown him in his world a miracle.
He's like, magic's real.
Yeah, like, can't you do magic? No, but like good magic.
Yeah. And Fish is just like, all right, make sure this man never sees my spell book because it's a mess of it's a Frankenstein mess of
that's his worst fear. Is how you do notes.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to walk together to like the archive or just to find a random desk, what you'll see he'll do is he'll take all of the pages that you want copied. He will interleaf blank pages under each of those pages in like a stack. He focuses his magic on it, and then he flips through it, just like, and then he unfolds it, and every page has been duplicated perfectly in like the scanning, like slightly less sharp of an image, a little bit faded, but like otherwise a perfect duplicate pages. And he puts those together, and then he also, while he is doing this with his left hand, is writing with his right hand, and you end up with a pristine copy of your notes that is completely organized. He is able to just like speed absorb this information and organize it in his own mind and put it out in like an organized file format. And so you have probably for the first time a decently organized list of what temples there are, what is who you think is missing versus who is turned up dead, things like that. Like all your little notes that have been kind of jot down in random pages as you found random kind of conflicting documents is all kind of organized. And he hands those off to you both. He actually keeps a extra copy for himself because he can do it so easily. And he says, "Okay, Reverend Denier, I will go right on this. Always exciting to have a new project, and I will get right to work. You will not be disappointed." And
What's his full name again?
Jamal Tractate.
Mr. Tractate, do you consider yourself a curious person?
I like to read. What do you mean, like, curious?
Oh, you know, always reaching into as much information, solving mysteries, answering every question, looking
Oh,
into every sort of,
um,
turning over every rock.
I mean, I guess sort of, just like because that's part of my job. I like to look through all the records to like make it as complete a thing as possible. Sometimes there's just the information's not there in the records, and so you just got to make a note, like, hey, this guy says this, but we don't have any proof. Do things like that. But yeah, I'd say I'm curious.
Unfortunate.
Romanza, pal.
And then she like gets the pages all neat, mends them back into her notebook, closes
Okay.
the book, and she goes, "How will I reach you if I need anything?"
Oh, let's see. I can. Oh, I know. And he pulls out a like pocket notebook, just a really small one from his kind of breast pocket, and he opens it up to a blank page, and he he grabs the page, kind of holds himself and winces a little bit. You can hear him under his breath go, "I'm sorry," and then tears the page out of the notebook. And he dips it in a inkwell in the office you're in. And once it dries, he hands it to you, and he says, "This is how we find each other when we're out on research stuff. Just think my name, maybe say it aloud, and if I'm nearby, it'll point me out like this." And he kind of puts it in his hand, and he goes, "Jamal Tractate," and you can see the like ink stain like soaks into the paper and then swivels around to the corner that's like facing him, and it's just like a little compass to find him.
Oh, that's sick. And that's sick means good, in case you weren't aware, Jamal.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I'll reach out to you this way if I need anything.
of course.
Do appreciate you doing this service.
Yeah, no, I love to be helpful and doing research. Yeah, I'll get that book for you. You won't be sorry that you put your faith in me, and I will take care of everything.
All right. Thank you.
Well, sure you will.
And as he's gonna go work on that, I think we now shift over to Metal and Isle.
Real quick, what does Fish have any sort of reaction to like having all of these copies of notes now and conceivably never having to speak to Cal ever again?
Well, so once they have it in their hands, they're gonna flip through and be like, "Oh wow, okay, I could actually like read this and figure out what it says."
I'm gonna say I'm assuming this is your research notebook for this project. It's not your notebook with like the symbol magic.
Oh, that's what I meant.
Oh.
Yeah, that's 100% what I meant.
Oh, I figured you wouldn't have those in the same notebook because that was like something that you brought from the temple with like a lot of your arcane theorems and stuff like that.
No, I was meaning the sigil notebook the entire time, and you were saying the sanctuary stuff, and I was like, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
well then let's say that this confusion is canon, and Fish is like, okay, there's nothing on symbols in here.
Oh, and she snatches it back, and she goes, well, I couldn't have expected him to be completely competent. I will do that next.
Okay, guess you're stuck with me for a little bit longer, huh?
Hopefully no more than a few hours.
Okay, I'll have to make him last.
Kekino kind of wiggles to get comfortable in your arm and goes, She's sad. She's sad that it's only a few more hours.
Phil,
Oh.
what did I say?
Huh? You don't? I mean, Caligulus does not have emotions or a face.
I think that's a really good cliffhanger to leave the scene on.
Yeah.
But now Fish is like, oh, a face, you say?
No, she doesn't have a face.
I'll just start storming off.
Hold on. I'm still coming with you. I'm your deputy.
And scene.
Hot.
I love it. So cute.
All right, we shift on over to, at the same time, Metal and Isle. You have gone together to get Metal's little earrings, and now it's about time to meet Manfred. So anything you want to take care of really quick before you kind of head upstairs?
I wanted, because when we were leaving that meeting, the one guy was like, we're basically making a newsletter about your accomplishments. If they have a rough draft or any kind of anything, I would like to get a copy, one for my personal collection and two to give to my aunt.
Look, proof.
Swing by, yeah.
Hey, I'm back.
What you get is a little kind of leaflet that's distributed. You can see that the kind of front page story is just about the benefits of working with the sanctuary. Your accomplishments are on page 3, and it's kind of downplayed a lot. Like, it's really, doesn't have anything about killing the Ghost Eater. Just has a lot of like, this is the new team for the sanctuary, doing great work, friends of the Tuisu clan, really helped out with that, yada yada yada. And one of the junior ambassadors who is writing it up is like, yeah, so this one specifically, this is getting distributed to most of our native allies to the south and to the west. We want Seven Lakes, we want the Huron and the Algonquin. We want to get kind of them on board, but we can't put your stuff too front and center because that seems like bragging. So we found those best to just kind of layer it in there, just kind of like get that info in, just kind of show like, hey, other people are being our friends, and we find that kind of greases more wheels than kind of overtly being like, we helped people, don't you want to be helped?
That's fair. All right, well, I'll just pretend that I'll just like turn it so that page 3 is the front page, but thank you.
You can see it's still kind of rough. There's like some placeholder images and stuff like that. But yeah, you got a nice story that's mostly complete that you can give to people. And if you ask for it, he'll give you a couple copies.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna take 2, and then I'll come back when we get back, God willing, and get the professional one. But yeah, I will be taking that with me.
God willing, Metal doesn't get Cinderella'd in her old house.
Yeah.
I'm like, hello, dispatch, please come and get me. Can you call my friends? Anyway, that's all I need is 2.
Metal, just to let you know, this isn't for like getting locked out of your house.
Hello?
For emergencies.
Guys, I'm really sad. Will someone just talk to me?
Hello, is this better help?
God. No, this is worse help.
Yeah. But once I do that, I'm just gonna try and reunite with Isle on the way to the...
You have to pick up the clothes I dropped off at the room this morning.
Oh, yes. Yeah, the clothes that I'm gonna make Manfred fix. I will also be getting those.
Isle is looking for a pair of sunglasses to wear for the bodyguard role.
Just digging through Fish's stuff.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, I would say if you go back to your room, you could probably find sunglasses among Fish's things. If you're looking for them in the sanctuary themselves,
It's like
that
a
would be
lost and found.
a little bit harder. Yeah, maybe give me an investigation check.
Okay.
Yeah, is there like a room with like extra like disguises that we can just like check out really quick?
Okay. That's a 13.
With a 13, when you I'd say that with a 13, when you went with Metal to get her earrings and kind of do that whole discussion, you weren't super interested, but you could see on a desk in the back a pair of sunglasses that were like being tinkered with by Arcaniscove. If you wanted to ask about those.
Yes.
Also, I just want to say that Fish is not wearing the head of language today, so
okay.
maybe
So they
Isle
are
could wear that.
comprehensible.
So yeah, maybe Isle could wear that as like a little dapper accessory. Just saying.
Yes. And then be like, this
Ooh.
I'm
is
still
Isle.
waiting for the
She's
Manfred
foreign.
makeover.
Yes.
I mean,
She's like,
no
I know
problem.
just the thing.
Honestly, that does sound fun to wear the hat. So we'll keep the hat. Has Isle been told that it? Yes, she was there with you when. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. 'Cause
Here-
it would be
here's a
funny if she
question.
tried to talk and it was a surprise for her, but she was there.
If you do you have the hat with you when you're following Metal around to go to the Arcanist and such?
You know what? Sure.
Okay. How
Yeah,
much has
she picked it up from the room this morning.
Yeah.
how much has Fish been wearing the hat?
Quite often.
Okay.
Takes
You
it off to talk.
actually have an interesting interaction with Arcanist Goph. As he comes back, you're like, oh, what are those? And it's like, oh, the sunglasses that I'm altering. Yeah, really exciting stuff. Is that my hat? Sorry, can I see that for just a second?
Okay, but as long as you give it back, it's part of my costume.
Yeah, no, 100%. Let's see. And he puts it on, and he says something, and then he says something else that sounds slightly different. And then he's like, takes it off, speaks normally, puts it back on, says something else, and it's like, did you guys like mess with this in any way or anything like that?
I mean, a cat might have slept in it, but
Oh yeah, no.
We might have put it on a seal also.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is just like, just kind of smells fishy. But no, I mean like,
Give it to.
it doesn't do it doesn't do just Hungarian anymore.
What else does it do?
I think. Hold on one sec. And he just kind of like leaves and goes across the hall to get like the door guard of the vault across the way, and it's just like, yeah, you speak. Yeah, just double check this for me. And he says something, and he's like, yeah, that's Estonian. Why are you? Oh my god. And he comes back, and he's like, yeah, I mean, if you don't got any way to explain it, I don't know, but it's not just Hungarian. It's Sami and Estonian too.
The origins of Grand Mage Kribu. Also Kristoff, I think would just be
Yeah, no, I was literally like,
time to be Kristoff. This just like transforms into Kristoff's dumb little pom-pom hat.
Yeah.
It's like a magical transformation.
yeah.
But the cloak
Can I
is
roll to see if
the same.
anything changed visually about the hat, or go just like look at its aura?
You can roll a check. Yeah. Perception or Arcana, I think.
A nat 20 plus 5, so
With a 25, which are you doing? Perception or Arcana?
I was doing perception.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, bad Arcana.
There is nothing visual about it that has changed at all. It's in fact like slightly more like beat up looking just because it's been like worn instead of sitting on a shelf somewhere. But there is nothing like visually about it at all that is different. But with a 25, a cat slept in it, Kekino wore it, and Fish wore it a whole lot. Those are the only like 3 things that have really happened to it at all. If something changed about it, I think with a 25, you're like, maybe one of those things had something to do with it.
Well,
And it's just like, yeah. I mean, if you can figure it out, if you know what happened with this, please, for the love of God, tell me. But yeah, thanks for handing it back for a second. I guess here's the sunglasses in payment. Put those on for just a sec. You put them on, everything's immediately upside down.
nice.
Um,
I was like, yeah, this is fucking cool.
You
And
look very
immediately
cool.
walked into a wall.
Yeah. Walk into a wall. They probably fall off, and he grabs one and goes like, "Oh shit! No, hold on." Gives them back to you. Puts them on. You are wearing the magical equivalent of like the novelty spy sunglasses. In the corner of the lenses, you can see behind you.
Oh hell yeah!
Ah!
I'm never taking these off.
I love
Yeah, you got
those.
sick-looking sunglasses.
So we'll do the drunk goggles at parties. We'll unscrew that little screw for fun, and
Yep.
then she'll wear it
Mhm.
for real.
Yeah,
Oh
100%.
my god.
Yeah, you got your cool new sunglasses. You got your hat back. You're ready for a meeting with a very important person.
Isla's at this point half like New York mobster and half just still like fur monster.
Mhm,
She looks
absolutely.
like some sort of demented like Sesame Street Snuffleupagus' hide.
Yeah.
Guys and dolls. It's great.
Yeah, I think as we're walking up to the like upstairs or wherever, I'm just like, is this gonna work? I just like keep looking at the corner of my eye, like maybe we can stop somewhere. I don't know.
No, Isle's like 100% confident. She was like, metal is protected, and I'm going to look so impressive to her aunt, and no one will ever fuck with it. But no one will fuck with us.
Yeah. Okay, head upstairs. Meet Manfred.
Yes.
All right. You head up the elevator. The hotel is probably still not totally used to it being just like perfectly quiet. Not sometimes there weren't guests here, but there was always something to do. It was always like guests were going to arrive or were just leaving. This is just the hotel kind of dead and empty. And as you walk through your old office, now Samuel's office, you see Samuel E. Stillwater, your friend, leaning on the front desk and chatting with Manfred, who is sitting in a little chair in the lobby, and I'll see him for the first time. Metal, of course, have known him for more than 10 years at this point. But you see what looks like a very kind of well-kept 65-year-old, a little bit of wrinkles in the eyes, a little salt and pepper in the hair, dressed very kind of traditionally as a butler in like the black butlers, like full coat and tails, in a way that even to your sensibilities looks very old-fashioned, but not like out of date, out of fashion, just like really old-fashioned and kind of timeless. He looks like the consummate butler. And as you walk in, he very quickly stands up and bows from the waist.
I'm just gonna run and give him a hug.
Lady Rond, he's prepared for that because he knows you.
Like,
So as soon as he's out of the bow, he's got his arms out of the way for the big hug, and he squeezes you tight and whispers in your ear so nobody else can hear. Hello, dear. I'm so happy you're safe. And I heard it was a successful mission. Congratulations, Metal.
It went so well. Thank you. I missed you so much.
Hi.
Like very small lift off the ground and squeeze before setting you back down. Oh, and I have not had the pleasure of meeting you, Miss.
I'm gonna be
Mad-
like, this is my friend Isle Hind. Really cool.
Kyle gives like a small sup nod and is like, wait, is this the guy? I don't think this is the guy we need to scare. Oh, I don't know what to do.
Oh,
We have to ask.
Lady Hind, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Is Manfred
Kyle lets out a snort at being called Lady Hind.
is Manfred his given name or his taken name?
His given name is Fred Man.
I don't think you or Metal would know necessarily. I
I
think
thought I thought you said he was immortal. Is he not?
he is immortal, but
But you can take a
still
name
take a
as
name.
immortal. Yeah.
and especially because he is magically aware, it's the kind of thing of like maybe that wasn't his given name. Maybe he changed his name, as a young man or something like that. Maybe Manfred is like kind of a nickname that came out. Like you're not sure what's on his birth certificate, and I don't think Metal has ever tried to control him using his given name. So
Fair enough.
I don't know if she would know if that would work or not.
Vienna, for mortals who are involved in mage business, of which there are like none, pretty much one. It's basically like you can take a name and then just choose not to use it. So you'd be going by either your taken name or your given name
Okay.
Yeah.
among like mage friends.
Thank you.
Also, your taken name can be like your given name, but with one letter changed.
Yeah.
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 Good. Yeah.
It's like it works this way of like as long as you mentally think it's distinct enough to be it's a different name, it
That's
seals
all
your
you need. Cool.
Yeah, your taken name could be Vienna Lark.
Good. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
No, that would actually be good for a mage name. Lark, like the tree. Yeah.
Thank you.
For the board.
Yes. But Manfred is here and ready to whisk you away. But you can see a little bit of confusion as to why Isle is here. And he says, can I assume, Lady Hind, that you were one of Lady Vaught's companions on her latest mission?
Isle
Oh yes.
says- Oh yeah, no. I'll
The hesitation.
Isle was not expecting a nice man at this point, so now she's a little lost as to what to do. But I think Isle says yes. Metal did amazingly. She killed a guy.
I didn't do that. That's crazy. No.
Okay, we
Um,
killed a guy.
exaggerating. She's actually been protecting me. So I thought
Better. Oh.
she jokes. Anyway, she has been protecting me, so I thought it would be great if she came along. Metal's like trying to think of a way that's like not insulting, but she is kind of like, I do need her to change clothes.
I think Manfred picks up what you're putting down because he's been thinking along the same exact line.
Perhaps
Like,
we could stop somewhere.
yes, no, I believe that would be an excellent idea to impress upon her ladyship. Lady Hind, do you take commentary on your personal style? While it would be while it seems very fitting, in fact, fashionable for the sorceress world at large, I'm afraid Lady Dentel is rather sheltered in her fashion sense. With like the like politeness and generosity that you can only get with like a professional servant who has
It is.
was like,
Telling me I look like shit.
who like went to butler school is like he is very subtly saying like I cannot allow you to appear in this nice house looking like that,
Miles
but in
kind
the
of
nicest way possible.
looks to Metal and was like, well, I thought my goal was to scare the shit out of her, but if this won't help, fine.
I think. Well,
But
see, I'm
as
dressing
long
up
as you
too.
acknowledge that I look amazing right now.
You do look really cool, and it's a
Thank you,
shame
Mom.
that we'll have to change. But I'm dressing up too. It's like playing a part. But
In fact, my lady, I think the basics could work. It only needs a little modification, shall we say. Mr. Stillwater, can you get my my lace from the car, please? Thank you. And then we'll need this. And he just kind of like rummages behind the front desk and gets out some things. He kind of walks around you aisle and is kind of like picking up the various furs and like just kind of examining you from all angles. Samuel comes back with a little leather case and he opens it up and he's got some cologne and a hairbrush and things like that.
Isle
As
hisses at the hairbrush.
his overnight bag.
well, a true gentleman's gentleman is always prepared for emergencies of fashion. Oh, the hairbrush bothers you? Lady Vaughn, would you mind holding this for just a moment? Kind of like hands it to her, so it's kind of like distracting you, and then comes in from your blind spot with a different hairbrush and starts like
I was
I've dealt with people like you before.
She's like a wounded animal. She's like, ah, what the fuck? What the hell?
I love that's just like in the middle of an empty lobby, and like everybody's like,
This is just happening.
Yeah. Yes, he goes over you. He brushes the long hair and pulls it back into a tail, kind of like a wild pony with like a leather thong tying it back.
very
He
cool.
kind of folds up the upper furs and pins them back to kind of expose the arms a lot more, get that gun show. Remove some of the outer fur layers and just kind of rolls them up and brings him with you in the car. And between that, a little bit of like cologne that is kind of musky, a little bit like leather and wood, but also some florals in there, and it's very subtle and comes across as kind of masculine, but also outdoorsy, but doesn't feel like you're wearing a scent or come across really obvious, just kind of like hiding the fact that these
Febreze.
furs are probably a little ripe. And the end result that we come out with is Isle having been transformed from kind of a ragamuffin woods girl to like sexy barbarian queen on the cover of like a bad sci-fi book look, like very stately, the furs are just like emphasize how good you look instead of being like for warmth. And just like looking really really tough and ready, muscles on display and little like wooden trinkets and necklaces being shown off and things like that, and just like very much like a more polished version of her regular look. And knowing your aunt, this is kind of like the equivalent of her previous look for your aunt's perspective. She is going to see Isle as like this crazy barbarian woman versus before she would have seen like a homeless person, just because
Just a straight up raccoon.
Yeah, just because she has that very like rich fashion sensibility where she doesn't see a lot of people.
I think Metal's like, yay! Do you like it?
I was like,
He does have a little hand mirror that he pulls out for you so you can see from all angles. He's waiting with like a towel over one arm.
I'll I'll allow it for the next couple hours.
Okay. You can still wear your hat and your sunglasses if you want.
Al puts them on, and I'm
Oh,
sure they
absolutely.
clashed horribly.
100%. Sunglasses look great. The fedora kind of clashes, but not in a way that looks particularly bad. It's just like, instead of being like mixture of Tarzan and 1920s New York gangster,
Yeah.
you look like someone who is like just dressing up a little bit, and the accessories don't quite work 100%, but they're still pretty good. The hat and sunglasses definitely play a little bit better with a cleaned up look.
Excellent.
Very well. If I could escort you to the car, let's see what happens here.
Literally.
And he packs up his little suitcase and brings you out to the car, puts the furs and the suitcases in the trunk, holds open the back seat for the two of you, and kind of bows a little bit and waves you in.
Metal's like
And,
so used to this.
Yeah.
She's like, oh yeah.
How spacious is the back seat?
It's not like a limo by any means, but it is kind of this nicer town car of being like, it's designed for the people in the back seat, not the driver. So it does have like a little more leg room and a little bit more comfortable accents to it.
Al says, so how long's the ride?
Metal would know the answer to that, but like 35, 40 minutes, something
Oh my
like that.
gosh. That's so close.
I'll takes off her shoes.
Yeah. Get comfortable for sure.
Oh, he he looks at Metal, looks back at Isle's bare feet, like, ooh, this is nice carpet in here, and being like,
Yeah.
Whatever makes you comfortable.
definitely does not like that, but it's not going to say anything, and gets in and starts driving away. On the drive, maybe reminisces a bit about like, oh, I remember when I taught you to drive in this car. Remember your aunt was displeased, but we convinced her. I'm sure we'll be able to convince her this time as well. And you've got some time to kill if you want to like translate Cal's note that she gave you, or just kind of chit chat along the way. Whatever.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
are you like, Isle's my feral friend, and then I have my spooky friend, and then I have my crazy friend, and then I have my seal friend.
Yeah.
Okay, crazy is a really good description. I was being like, oh yeah, Fish is the slutty friend.
Metal does not describe them that way. Yeah, I think
concerning.
I think she is like, she's like, first of all, she's been in this car 1,000 times. She's like super comfy in the back seat and is just like vibing. And she's like, oh, by the way, I have like made a lot of friends. And my one very cool friend has like some clothes that were damaged, and I thought maybe while we're here you could take a look at them. It's like smoke damaged and stuff. I thought you could like, fix those for her. I put him in the back.
Smoke damage, you say? Well, I say we could do a vinegar and salt soak with a afterwards steam and pressing. Yeah, of course, of course.
Okay, great.
He also is too polite to be like, so what you been up to? But he's definitely like very subtly pressing you for details. Like, tell me everything about what you've been doing. Tell me about your adventures. Tell me about your friends. What was your mission like? I'm so happy it was successful.
I think she definitely gives him like the highlights. Obviously not the, the top secret stuff or anything, but it's just like, so it went really well. And then there's like Isle, and she obviously came with me, and then Caligulus, she's the one who has the really pretty clothes, and then Fish, they're really cool. And then we also have a seal, and then we had a sleepover, which was so exciting. I've not had a sleepover before, and it's just like going off on all the very cute things.
Give me a insight or perception check.
Okay.
Can I'll roll as well?
Yes, although I'm gonna make the DC higher for you just because you don't know this guy.
Good. Yeah, no, totally fine. I have a 12, so.
It's a 10.
Okay. With a 10, both of you can kind of see that as as you are recounting your adventures and your friends, he's kind of stiffening his shoulders a little bit. His body language is a little more rigid, and because it is metal with a 10, you can just see like a little bit of a tear that he's trying to hide from you, and he is so happy that you're making friends and having these fun adventures. Is trying so hard to be professional and not show it.
I'll die.
Meanwhile, Cal is back at the sanctuary. Being like, I never will speak to metal again.
I think that is so precious.
I have my cool notes friend.
Yeah.
That's as
My
much
metal replacement.
hyperactivity as I can handle.
I think metal has definitely been like, oh, I really want to do all the cool things like sleepovers and like parties and like have people I can just tell everything to, like just offhand to him like for so long. And it's just like, so here's the sleepover I went to and here's all my cool people and like, oh my gosh, precious, I'll die. I think as we get closer to the familiar streets, the excitement and pure like satisfaction and like fulfillment of the morning is wearing off, and now she is feeling not good.
So I'll sees, I think that like Manfred, we can trust Manfred, and I'll like she like yes, Isle is feral, but also she's like, I don't want to like fuck this up for Metal, so I think she'll be like, okay, what do you not want me to say in front of your aunt?
Okay. So what I'm thinking is, I'm not gonna lie, but I do.
Isle's already like, yup, I get it.
On it, yep. Okay. So I'm thinking like, I'm not gonna be like, you're my bodyguard, because the thing is she could like find out stuff pretty easily if she tried. So I don't want to like go crazy, but I'm thinking, if you look so cool the way that you do and you like, stand behind me or whatever, I can say you just recently joined the sanctuary and you've been protecting me, which is not true. So, and if she thinks that means you're my personal bodyguard, then that's like cool. That'd be great. And yeah, I think anything that just makes me look really good and makes the sanctuary seem like a cool, great place for me to be, that's kind of the vibe I'm going for.
I'll salute.
If I may make a suggestion, Lady Voss, perhaps we introduce her as your protector or companion, something along those lines, that implies a protective relationship without outright lying.
Cool.
Also, if I may be so bold, I think perhaps it would be best to avoid jokes about murdering people.
Oh yeah, don't do that. No, don't. She was joking. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, anything like super serious or dangerous, maybe don't talk about that at all.
Don't So I'm supposed to make
Yeah.
you look good without mentioning the cool stuff you did.
I was waiting for Manfred being like, Metal, you don't need to lie. I will lie.
That would be ideal.
If this was like, I mean, Metal knows that if this was like, Manfred, give me a report on everything you know, he would be like, nothing I say will be a lie. Metal will look so good on the other side of this. But the fact
Literally.
is, Metal is coming for this report, so he's probably not going to be that involved, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I was like, I'll just stay quiet.
maybe.
The strong silent type may be beneficial.
Okay, good. How's how has she been this morning? How's it looking? Did you tell her I'm coming?
Oh, yes. We have scheduled a full appointment. I'm expecting her to be awaiting our arrival in the parlor. She was a little annoyed this morning. Apparently, she had a call with Mr. Goldhammer regarding the scheduling of the society meeting that made her a little put out, but I believe things have been adequately resolved. Echelon Goldhammer is the president of the Society for Better Governance. Very much like more a administrative position than being the true power behind the throne. But yeah, an important person. That's an important discussion. She's been doing important business today. Not Szechuan Goldhammer. Echelon.
Gosh. Okay. Okay, well that's okay. Yeah, so we'll just like walk in there and just like, yeah. Do this, I guess.
What is, are we outside the house at this point?
No, you're still driving up. You've now you went through, for a short time, kind of the more downtown busy areas. You are now in much more high-class residential area. The street has gotten a lot quieter. There is, I'll use this one. The street has gotten a lot quieter, a lot more private. You can see there's a lot more trees here, and the houses are like large kind of townhomes, like brownstones, if you're familiar with New York. That kind of vibe. And then as you turn down a certain street, townhome, 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 mansion, just taking up like 4 or 5 housings worth of blocks, but it's not broken up into like individual lots. So very clearly the mansion was here first and the neighborhood came later. You see a rather large mansion with a gate around it and a decent size, but not overly large, kind of lawn with some planted trees for privacy. And you see just a big, old, incredibly fancy house. Manfred actually picks up the car phone and dials something very quickly and then immediately hangs up, and the gate opens automatically.
Miles says, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, which like not even separate from the house, not really operating that much in the mortal world. Metal is kind of immune to this kind of thing. Car phone, super rich person fancy thing at this point. Extremely expensive. Automatic gate opener tied to like a dedicated phone number. That is like fucking Rockefeller shit.
Money.
Yeah.
Metal's like, so this is my aunt's house. I lived here for like a long time. Anyway.
You didn't get lost in there?
Well, sometimes I got bored.
Poor Metal. I'm just imagining baby Anna, like, I started talking to the pictures on the walls.
100%.
No, but literally.
100%, literally, yeah.
Wow, love that.
and
Yeah,
not
no, for real.
not even because I mean, small spoiler before she appears. Not even because her aunt is magically cursed and so spending all of her time alone. Her aunt is just like, I don't know how to interact with children and don't particularly want to, so I'm busy. Take care of yourself.
God. I think Isle has never like wanted money or wealth, but like she I don't think she's ever seen anything like this in her life, and she's just like,
I can guarantee Isle has not even robbed a house this nice.
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Love that.
This is just a whole other class.
Yeah.
And as you pull up into the drive, like just a little gravel roundabout around a fountain to the front entrance, and as Manfred scurries out and opens the back door, or for the two of you, he helps Metal out by the hand and helps you out, bending from the waist.
Isle does not take his hand. Isle like claps him on the
completely
shoulder.
ignores it. He just kind of like skates his hand
He's
out,
like,
he's just
you,
gesturing you
and
out.
now.
And he bows and says, "Welcome to the Confessor Dentel Manor."
Metal takes a really, really, really deep breath and then lets it out really, really slow.
And you can see in a large stonework marble like relief statue over the big front double doors is a version of the crest that was on the message that Metal received. And before we head into the Confessor Dentel house, I think we need to check back in on what's happening with Fish and Cal.
We are doing really well on our like scene changes.
I love it. Drama.
Yeah, I
Nice.
know.
Yeah.
Very good.
I was
I want-
literally about to like hop in bed because I was like, I'll just enjoy the scene and be comfy. No, I gotta act.
No, you gotta act.
No.
Side note,
Cinematic transition.
I want to say I think it's so funny that her aunt's house is only like 30 minutes away. It's like, I need to get out of here, but then goes to like community college.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I gotta get
but,
out of
like,
from home.
But to me, that just speaks to how fucking serious the situation is. Where it's just
So
like,
real.
oh, 30 minutes? Thank fucking God.
Yeah. Mhm. Very much. And being like, oh yeah, no, that is kind of like, this is the center of magical power, that like some really rich person has had a manor here for like 200 years or something, and also the sanctuary is right here.
Yeah.
But yeah, this actually like it's kind of loosey-goosey. I actually have like geographically where all these places are
I need
in
a
the
map.
Ottawa area. There is a major forest preserve / hunting lodge that is about 45 minutes to an hour outside of Ottawa, and that is where the sanctuary is in this
Very
universe.
cool. Very
Yeah.
cool.
Yes, so what are, whoever, if you want to stay together and do that, absolutely can, but if you split up, who is going first, Cal or Fish?
Fish is still accompanying Cal. They
Okay.
do not intend to leave her side, even if she says fuck off.
Oh no.
They are fully on board to go and meet the necromancers.
They're not here yet.
Okay, but they are.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't get a lot of information from Tone, mostly because you didn't ask about the necromancers coming in. You could try to find somebody kind of like, you know, less senior who might have that information. You know, maybe ask around like the administrative staff, just see if somebody's like handling those arrangements or something, because you don't want to bother Tone again to try to like find out more information.
Fuck that guy.
And if you're not going to pursue that, then I think we will have a little run-in in the hallways.
I'm just checking my my handy dandy to-do list real quick to see if there's anything that makes sense to do right now.
Busy bee.
I know. La, 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 la.
I know that Fish has to ask about their person that they were referred to about, but they're kind of deliberately putting it off in sort of like a that would make it real sort of way. So it's like I'm here with Denier. We're doing her stuff.
Do I already know if the archives are back open or not?
Nobody has mentioned it to you, but you walked past that area and you've seen people going in and out.
Okay.
Like before it was very like blocked off. They're like checking people at the door to make sure only like authorized people are coming in to fix it and stuff. You've just seen people coming in and out. You haven't seen like a door guard anymore or something. Doesn't mean it's necessarily open. You're not 100% sure, but it's likely.
I think Cal probably was going to probably head to the archives and then sees that Fish is tailing behind her and is like, oh, and she's going to pivot to instead look for a camera. So we can decide whether or not she actually achieves that or if she gets interrupted by your run-in. But that's where she's going, is just probably go to like the Kranga or like Samuel or somebody like that she feels like will just have like general information of stuff that's at the sanctuary for borrowing and stuff like that.
Yeah, 100%.
Really fast, I just want to say, as someone who works in HR, no one would care about the archives. Sometimes people just leave the archives out on shelves because they haven't built the shelves for you yet, so they're just set in the hallway on wooden moving shelves for 6 months. So if Cal really wants to find things out, it won't be that hard for her, no matter what level of access she has.
The current pause is just she doesn't want Fish to be like, what you looking at? What you doing?
Which they absolutely will.
Want to see what this seal can do?
Yeah.
I don't want to read this anymore. Read for me.
Did you have what was something about a face? Are you not just blank under there?
Like Blanca, we can draw on a new face every day.
Original has no face. No face, I say.
It's way too specific. It has to be the other way.
Kikino is like trying to climb up you and like cover your eyes with his flippers. It's like, no! No!
Well, I'm foiled, I guess.
Collisionist does not have a face or emotions, and if she does, we can't be friends.
Anyway, they're just pestering her like that.
Yeah.
As you're walking through, you actually see a guy you've run into a few times. Metal's friend. This is the Scythe Scythe Dirk Sims. He is, he drove you back from, or helped drive you back from the train station. He's Metal's friend. He's a little Scythe, so he doesn't have the full like Scythe training that makes you kind of inhuman. So he's tasked with a lot of interface between security and like actually talking to people jobs. And as he is, yes, Scythedo. As he is stepping out of an office, looking at some paperwork, he sees three of you walking by and goes, "Oh, Cleric Denier, just can you hold on one sec?" And he comes over to you, and he's checking his paperwork, and he's just like, I'm just going over some of the miscellaneous reports from the attack on the sanctuary, and I ran into with a potential incongruence with your statement that you made. You said that you saw a Scythe run into the archive during the attack. Is that correct?
Aaron, who desperately tries to remember 9 months ago, goes, "Yeah, that sounds familiar."
I would say you were the one who pointed out to me. You were like, "I saw someone go into the archive."
That sounds familiar.
And I was like, Yeah, that is a thing that you noticed and paid attention to.
Yeah.
And he's like, I have a written copy of your statement here that you made to. It looks like Tops took your statement. It says you saw a scythe, a woman's scythe, entering the archives during the attack, and you described her with medium brown hair, Caucasian, about 5'6". Is this all correct? This sounds familiar to you?
Yes.
We're just having a little bit of difficulty because the only personage we have matching that description is Scythe Renal, one of our what they would call a little scythe, or I guess a little cleaver, as they call it in your land. And you're confident in this sighting?
I am confident I saw a woman of that description that I identified as a cleaver. I cannot say whether or not it is
and it was
that
also
particular woman.
It was also like not like the full cleaver helmet, but like the half cleaver armor that you see the little scythes running around with when they're like on security duty. Like it's not just like a person ran in. It's like either it was a scythe or someone who stole a lot of very hard to get shit to pretend to be one.
I definitely did not get a good enough glance to tell whether or not it was a full reflection, correct?
Correct. You kind of saw her from the back down the hallway.
Cool. I'll turn and say, there was a full-length mirror. It's possible it was a reflection, but it was definitely a being that was human-like.
Yes, I suppose that's possible. Although, according to Grand Mage Crown, most of the reflection security was non-operational that day due to the damage from the constructs. It's just strange. According to Scythe Renal, she went down the other hallway towards the infirmary, which is where she was fighting for most of the battle. Just looking into these incongruencies.
And I would suggest that you look into anything about the reflection. There was a full-length mirror just down the hall from where I spotted the person going into the archives.
Of course. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely double check with Grand Mage Crown. Hope he's doing well today. And I will circle back around to Scythe Renal. Thank you for your help.
Does this cleaver know that it was I who reported this?
I saw no reason to disclose that information.
Good. It seems that you have full trust in her word, but you should have trust in mine as well, as I'd have no reason to lie, especially as I wasn't even familiar with this woman when I made this report or had any idea of what her identity was. So you may trust her, but also trust in the report of a stranger who had no reason to lie to you.
Well, they have a saying in my business: trust but verify. That's what I plan to do. And he walks off.
Bye,
You're
Dirk.
back.
Bye.
Bye, Sorcerer Fish. Bye, Kagano.
I'm a deputy now.
He doesn't hear that. He's gone.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Back to looking for a camera or finding someone who can point you to one.
Yes.
Give me a... What kind of check do I want this to be? I'd say if you want to go... Yeah, give me an investigation check. This will be like if you find someone who feels like they may know. Otherwise, you'll have to like walk all the way out to go see Tops and ask him.
A natural 20.
A natural 20.
No, unnatural. Dirty 20.
Oh, dirty 20. Okay.
Why are our rolls so good for deeply
Dumb
unimportant
shit.
nonsense?
Yeah.
No, it's very true. Or sometimes it seems deeply unimportant, and it's really important.
I
Like,
mean,
I'm
it
just
was
gonna
really
look around the
important.
room. 27. Okay, you
know
see the
how
hidden
that-
way to escape from the room.
I look at the door. You see nothing.
With a dirty 20, you see you see someone from that you kind of vaguely recognize from the administrator's office coming out into the hallway from a meeting, and you catch him for just a moment, and he's just like, cameras. I believe Arcanist Hank may have a camera for personal use. There might be one in sort of the maintenance room. That's where a lot of our mortal technology ends up for borrowing and such. Yeah, I don't know of any kind of like official program, cameras available for everyone, but I'd check in those locations.
Thank you. And I think does she know where the maintenance room is already?
Probably not, but she knows. Well, I'd say with your dirty 20, she knows where the maintenance room could be.
She'd go ahead and ask it for instructions. Then she'd immediately be like, "Thank you. Where would I find the maintenance room?"
Just head down that way to the medical office, just straight down the hall from it, kind of tucked in that corner.
Thank you.
Could've asked me.
Oh, did you know?
You don't know that I didn't know.
It's nice to be asked. As you head over, the maintenance room is actually pretty close to where you were, kind of the area you were walking. You head over, and you see that the hallway continues straight. To your right is the short little hallway with the entrance to the archive, and to the left is, or straight on rather, is the hallway that goes to the medical office. So if, that wasn't Scythe Raynal you saw, took a right instead of a left, you probably would have seen her if she went down to the medical office. I don't know, just it just is something about that like bothers you a little bit. But as you head down, there's a very short hallway before a door to the big medical office. It's bright in there. You can kind of see how clean it is, and you hear just some noises in there from someone bustling around. And then it makes it does like a little sharp corner, and just like at the end of the hallway, very clearly like much more neglected and out of the way. You see a little door that says maintenance on it. And as you approach the door, you hear a familiar sound.
I was ready.
Of a sewing machine.
I'll knock. On the door.
Yeah?
May I come in?
The door kind of opens. You kind of got to step back a little bit so it doesn't swing in your face. And it's like, yeah, sorry, what? Something broken?
Oh,
and
no.
A woman is standing in front of you, kind of medium height, but a little bit of a stocky build. Her hair is pretty short. a little bit shorter than a pixie, and she is kind of she's wearing a leather apron that's got a bunch of tools and stuff in it, a lot of grease stains, and you see a little patch on her apron that says Jessie.
Oh, does Mads know this person?
I've been wanting to meet her. She's in my notes.
Oh.
Exciting. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, what's up?
We're maintenance. We were called out to have a look at your machine.
No, we are just looking to see what you have available. We're borrowing this sewing machine.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, it wasn't bothering you, was it?
No, not at all. It's so quiet. I didn't think electric machines could be that.
We may have to have a look at your device anyway, just to make sure that it's not malfunctioning in any way.
Jesse's kind of looking between the two of you, giving off very different vibes, and then looking at the seal, and then looking at Fish, and then looking back at Cal, who is asking about a sewing machine while completely veiled in like this, 10 yards of fabric. And then she turns to Fish and goes, I'm maintenance, right? Like, I'm the only maintenance crew. I think
Nice to meet you. I'm so glad we're gonna work together now.
Excellent. What's your name?
I'm sorry, I'm lying to you. I'm Fish. I'm here I'm just fucking around. I don't know. I hate it when I come across a person who's like actually the person that I'm pretending to be. It just totally throws me off. Can we please come in?
I'll be honest, don't really like being fucked with. But yeah, sure, come on in. Just kind of wiping her hands on a very oily rag that does not seem to be making her hands any cleaner. And you come into what honestly looks like it could have been a large closet before it was converted to the maintenance room. There's some exposed pipes and plumbings and electrical and things like that. But mostly it's just like, this is a workshop that is too big for the space it is in. Just every surface is covered in tools on pegboards, and there's just like random piles of like half deconstructed machines and stuff like that. The only like even remotely clear space is a little workbench that's kind of just yeah. Is just a workbench that's just been kind of swept clear a little bit and has a sewing machine on the top there and a thick piece of white fabric that is like midway through going through it. Come on in. I guess just find a seat wherever there's seats.
I was just like hovering over the machine and just like.
No, look, I'm just gonna stand here and feel bad.
Okay, yeah, you stand there and feel bad for making fun of me in my serious job.
Can my son
Because
look
I'm a
around?
woman, right?
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
He's like, I don't like to be fucked with. I'm a woman mechanic, and you were like, yeah, I don't like you because you're a woman. Just like,
no,
get out.
They didn't say that. But it's like, yeah, I am fucking with you because you're a woman. Like, it's not that I don't like you.
Yeah,
but
she has
It's
no
his middle
tolerance for
name.
that.
I hate women.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
that's
we all know.
that Fish's last name for their taken name.
Yeah,
Misogyny.
Yeah.
Misogyny.
Fish is absolutely a misogynist. Anyway.
I'm sorry, women.
All right. Well, you
Last
didn't
Onion
say no to my
reference?
seal. You didn't say no to my seal, so.
It was a Diary of a Wimpy Kid reference, excuse you.
Oh.
And Fish is gonna think to Kekano. Okay, just take note of everything that they're going to talk about so we can gossip about it later. Okay, bye, love you.
Yeah, the seal can stay. You get out.
The seal is fairly polite.
Fish gets out.
I get that sense. Much politer than the owner, apparently. She
Yes.
actually like slams the door on you after you leave, and then kind of crouches down to Kekano and is like that little kind of awkward squat of like, oh, I'm gonna talk to a child, and I don't really know how to do that. Hey, bud, there's some sharp things around here, okay? So just be careful. This is like a magic seal. He understands me?
Oh, yes.
The other
And
one was talking to him. Yeah.
Oh, and you don't need to worry too much about any harm coming to the seal. He prefers not to get hurt, but if he does, he will completely regenerate. He is familiar.
Okay. Weird. All right. Well, like goes for a handshake with a seal, realizes that's inappropriate, gives him a little.
He
pat
likes
on
pets.
and he's like, yeah.
Hey, guys. I'm gonna go get
Yes.
a drink. Do you need anything?
No.
Okay.
I would like some orange juice.
Okay, pal.
Have you
I'll
even
get
had
some
orange juice?
I had it yesterday for the first time, and it was very good.
I have orange juice.
Okay,
I'll
I'll go
have
get
more food
some
than
orange
I
juice.
You should have orange juice. 2 orange juices.
All right, pal. And so Fish is outside, and they just have a moment where it's like, oh, I really spent all of my my charm on Sarah, didn't I? He's like, all right. Anyway, walks down the hall. I'm gonna go get some orange juice.
As you're now in this room with Jessie, she probably notices you paying a lot of attention to the sewing machine, and she's like, "Oh, do you like to sew?"
It is my only passion besides magic.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I got this one. I actually found this in the trash and kind of restored it. Yeah, and you would, being the person that you are, you recognize this as a industrial machine that like not all of the parts match, but it's like clearly been like put together with like a lot of skill and love. And you actually would recognize it is a Bernina zigzag machine, which was the first, which was just a couple of years old at this point in time, and was the first machine small enough to be in a home or workshop that could do zigzag stitches. Very exciting for a cow. Yeah, I found it in the trash, kind of put it back together. My wife's got one at home. She's kind of the clothes person, so I just brought this to work. I'm actually kind of just, fixing up the shower curtains because they got kind of shredded in the attack. Just keep them busy. Been very busy since the attack, if I'm honest. I've been incredibly busy. I'm using this to de-stress.
She gives her little snort, little exhale version of a laugh, and then she's like, I use sewing to de-stress too, but at home I only have the trundle machine. I've never used anything electric.
Oh, yeah. I've used kind of the foot pedal treadle before. I had to do it at work once. They put me on the machine because I'm a woman for at least a couple days. But yeah, it's the electric is the way to go. I mean, you see down here, and she's like getting into the technical thing. She's like, yeah, this one's got this motor, and I put a differential pulley on it so you can adjust the major speed range. That didn't come standard, but I found this piece, and I think you get pretty clearly and immediately that sewing and the sewing machine is not her love. Machines
Yeah.
are her love, and she loves working with her hands and building things and fixing things. She's just like, yeah, you got it. Do you have anything that you've made to on your other machine?
Oh, yes, everything. Gestures to herself.
Everything. That is impressive. God,
I'm so sad you've already mentioned a wife, because I was like, is Cal gay? Maybe.
yeah, no, she is gay married.
Is Jesse monogamous?
Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to tell her all about it. No, that's really impressive. Black on black too. Yeah, Melinda's always saying how difficult that is. Yeah, I mean, if I'm honest, and she gets a little sheepish, I will say. Not super confident about what she's gonna say, but she's just a little bit like, I mean, I don't use it that often. We don't really have to fix a lot of fabrics around here. If you wanted to come by sometime and use it, you'd be welcome to. I'd really like to, kind of see it in the hands of an expert. I'm just kind of, a hobbyist, just kind of like fixing things.
Just don't bring that guy along.
Yeah, that other guy's not allowed without supervision.
I think that is a completely wise rule for this room. I would be very happy to make as great use of this as I can. Thank you for the opportunity. And she's like, and if you are doing anything, I see that you are overall a repair person for the sanctuary.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for me, they had a bunch of sorcerers in here, but turns out nothing in magical training about how to, rethread a pipe in place.
She like carefully needle up takes the shower curtain out of the machine and then kind of kind of straightens it, and as she straightens it, it is completely mended and finished. And she says, if there's anything that you do not actually want to take the time to fix, I can also assist with that. It does not take very much from me.
Holy motherfucking shit. Yeah, no. Absolutely. You know what? You can use the sewing machine anytime you want, just as long as I'm not currently using it. Yeah, come in and feel free. As long as you bring your own fabrics and stuff, feel free. In exchange, I got some things here, and I got and she's got a broken part that has clearly snapped in half.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a welder to put it back together. And it's and it's done. It's god damn.
There's a lot more to necromancy than most people know.
Oh, you're a necromancer. I think I kind of got it from the black clothing stuff. I don't really understand a lot of the sorceress stuff.
Are you not a sorcerer?
Oh, no, I'm mortal. Yeah. It turns out that when you get people who can shoot lightning out of their hands and stuff, and then you're like, hey, patch this drywall, they kind of suck at it and they get bored pretty fast. So there was a shortage about 10 years ago. Called me in to fix something, wiped my mind afterwards, sent me back. Another thing broke, brought me back in a couple days later, wiped me again. Apparently that went on for 2 or 3 weeks. My wife was just like, where the fuck are you going all the time? Why do you never remember what your days are like? Eventually they just kind of stopped doing it, and I just kind of got a personal place here. After the war, that's our war, not your war. I know you got a different thing. yeah, it wasn't great for a woman in any of the factories. They were like, hey, do this job for 6 years while all the guys are away, and then come back. Oh, you're kicked out. Find something else to do because you want to give the men their job back. And, well, I found that being kind of ignored because I'm immortal is better than being disliked because I'm a woman who works with her hands.
Do you find, are you satisfied with doing your work here at the sanctuary?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of interesting problems. Sometimes I gotta figure out, like, well, were you here? You were here 2 weeks ago. Do you see the flickering light in the upstairs hallway between the offices? Yeah, the light was flickering. I had to figure that out. It's like, is that a short or is it something else? And it turns out that, well, like, yeah, it is a short, but it's short because there was like this weird symbol thing in the wall that was like connecting with the metal of the wire and doing something. Apparently the wire like made a shape that was a symbol thing and it was causing the short. So yeah, this really interesting problem solving keeps me busy. And of course I've got time for personal projects like the sewing machine. Yeah.
Oh no.
Who goes, opens the door, what do you need fixed? Oh, it's you.
Hi, I couldn't find any orange juice, but here's some apple juice. I want you to give that to the seal, please. And
It's like a milk bowl, like a little bowl saucer.
Yep. And I wasn't listening in on your conversation through the door, but symbols, you know anything about those?
No, this is a mortal.
Oh, hi, I'm sorry for being myself.
Yes, I do feel like it is extra troubling to deal with someone like Deputy Fish here when you are not a many centuries old sorcerer. I apologize on their behalf, though I will not take any responsibility for their behavior.
Jesse has just been mean mugging you the entire time she's right at the door. Just like no verbal response to anything, just staring you.
I think Cal is the one
eyes.
who takes the saucer of apple
Yeah.
juice and puts it down for Kekano.
Yeah, takes it, passes it off to you, just like dead in the eyes, and goes, "Make it easier to deal with time."
No, but you encounter more types of people, and therefore it becomes less surprising when you meet someone like them.
You know what? I think I'm good. Where's the apple juice for your friend? Cleric. Cleric? Yeah?
Yes.
She didn't ask for one.
She asked for an orange juice. You just did.
She didn't. I told you I didn't find an orange juice.
Yeah, you brought an apple juice for the seal. You don't bring an apple juice for your friend? You don't think she's thirsty? Kekano is like, don't be mean to my dad!
I was like, I have found my new squad.
Listen, she doesn't identify herself as my friend, so, you know.
Yeah, I can kind of see why. Anyway,
I'm cool.
It was lovely to meet you, Claire. Did you have something else? I really was so rude. Did you have something else that you came here for? We just went on about the sewing machine. And...
I mean, the sewing machine was an unexpected surprise and is a higher priority to me than when I actually asked for it. I am just looking to borrow a mortal camera for some point, and if you have the time, perhaps teach me how to use it. I just want to take a picture of, I mean, she's like, poison Kekano and be like, this specimen, there's some other critters. I have someone back home at my temple in France. I think she would enjoy getting to see pictures of them. I am only sort of familiar with mortal photography in the very, very broad aspects.
Yeah, you know what? Absolutely. Let me just fully turns her back on Fish and is like now ignoring that that they're here, and just like, digging through the junk, on the shelves. Gets out a couple of pieces of things, and then kind of like, all right, so, and yeah, that's okay. Yeah, all right. Here we go. Camera. This got thrown away. It's not the sanctuaries. It's not even mine. Just yeah. Feel free. And I put film in this. Oh yeah, no, it's got a couple shots. All right. Here you go. Let's. Yeah, I got time. Let's go over some photography, and just kind of teaches you photography. I want Fish to roll a persuasion check.
Me Inc. I'm thinking whether or not they would completely give up on attempting to speak to this woman ever again.
This is about to become Isle's best friend.
14. Oh wait, no, that's +2. 16.
Okay. With a 16, you are definitely not back in her good graces, but you have
I'll
avoided.
never be.
Yeah, you have avoided putting your foot in your mouth for like a couple minutes now. So when she goes to teach Cal photography, she just kind of ignores you, but she doesn't like kick you out and slam the door again. And she does seem to be interacting with Kekano, okay? And Kekano is like, you're my dad. Boogie woogie woogie.
Boogie woogie. Yeah. Okay, look, Fish is just gonna linger in the doorway and just. I would like to make another roll for if there's anything in the room that would stick out to them as interesting. Like, is that not specific enough? Okay.
No, go for it.
Yeah, investigation.
Perception or investigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, perception or investigation.
Okay, that's a 13.
With a 13, I think you see a couple of broken parts that are like vaguely magical or came from something that was magical and then was kind of like trashed or destroyed. Just like, oh, there's a lens and you can see like a little bit of like a symbol scratched into the edge of it, and it's like, is that like, things that like a mortal may not recognize as potentially magical, potentially magically dangerous. But with all the stuff in here, it seems to be organized to her specifications, not any sort of system anyone else could understand. So you don't really know if that's like the actual trash pile or the like, maybe I can use this pile. But you can see some things like that. Other than that, there is nothing that super stands out to you. There is a one thing you see that's really weird is kind of like pride of place mounted on the wall, like way up high over the desk, is like a giant pipe wrench, like a big 3-foot long one that has had like spikes welded to the back of it that is like mounted on the wall, and like etched into the handle is like fighting the good fight, Factory 7 crew or something like that, like a memento from fucking around in a machine shop with a bunch of other women during the war.
That's very nice. That's also Fish's thought. They're like, my thought is like, yeah.
Your mic is funky.
A little wonky, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll come back.
Oh no, you're suddenly good again. Like I heard everything.
Yeah, no, same.
Yeah.
It just sounded like underwater, but I could make out everything.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm in
you're
a
good.
different country.
Yeah. That the water is the oceans.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
But you know what? The
I know
internet
that-
lines, they go under the ocean. Maybe it's just like, there's a little crack, and so the data is like, whoa.
Look, Fish is gonna be on their best behavior and just keep standing there and not fucking bother this woman who I love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Between that and the persuasion roll, there's definitely like a truce going on of like she doesn't like you, but like she's willing to not be super angry with you anymore, or at least for right now, until you fuck up again.
This
She's
is
not
the
and
episode.
I will.
Yeah.
This is the episode where Isle and Fish are forced to deny their true natures for the sake of their friends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think while they're like doing practices and Kekano is practicing being a model and like
Mhm.
Fish is kind of uh looking at other stuff and is kind of distracted, Cal is going to say, my apologies if this might be impertinent to ask, but are you or your wife particularly big readers?
I mean, I'm not particularly. A lot of nonfiction stuff. Some history, some sort of engineering stuff. I like reading about the history of people figuring things out. My wife's a little bit bigger of a reader than I am, I guess. But mostly like kind of romance novels, I guess.
My sister liked those too.
Oh yeah.
She says, again, apologies if this is a silly question. I just don't know any mortals. You're really the first one I've had more than a handful of words with, and that was only a couple days ago. If you are at all familiar with any book published or written by a E. Shepherd, published around 1933.
I am going to roll a history check for her. The DC is fairly high, so she gets a +2 to this roll, and I'm going to say the DC is like 16 for her to have heard of it.
Yeah.
For her to like actually know it.
Okay.
That is a total of 11. So no, she's just kind of like, I mean, there was a shepherd. Oh no, that was the Winnie the Pooh guy. There was a shepherd. There's a shepherd that did like spy novel stuff. I kind of seen those at the store. I don't think that was E. Shepherd. No, I don't really know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I am familiar. I think as you say Winnie the Pooh, she actually is like, oh, no, I don't think it's E.H. Shepherd.
Different shepherd.
Not E.H. Shepherd. I really hope it's not a romance novel, but maybe ask your wife.
Yeah, no. You know what? I'll do that. And if you want to come back tomorrow, use the sewing machine, talk about photos, whatever, something brace, or you just want to chat, I'll ask her and see what she says.
I am very grateful for that. I am very busy with my own mission, so I will probably mostly be in here to de-stress after working on my main body of work, which is not sewing. But I am happy to, whenever I come in here, if you want to lay across any repairs that you feel no personal enjoyment in working on, I can work on those for you. And yes.
Yeah.
Do you have friendly relationships with the people here in the sanctuary?
I mean, most of them are just kind of, I don't know if it's because I'm mortal or just the maintenance gal, that don't really like come and visit or talk to me that much. But I got people I hang out with. I spent a lot of time with the Arcanist, Gulfin Jaw, Hanked. Yeah, I'm usually at like their Thursday night pasta nights, if you know what that is. Sometimes I bring my wife,
She has security clearance too.
Oh, we when she comes, we do it at like our house.
Oh.
Yeah.
She-
You know, I'm friendly with the head archivist. She's pretty interesting. Uh, Tone is an asshole, but sometimes we talk about books. That's about it.
Are you from? What's You said his name was. Oh my God! Sorry. What was my buddy's name again? My employee.
Tractate.
Yeah. She says, "Are you familiar with Archivist Tractate?" I just met him just maybe half an hour ago.
Oh yeah. Jamal, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've seen him around. Kind of, he's come up and talked to Archivist Moon while we've been chatting, and I've been getting new books and such. I can't say I know him well, but I know of him. Yeah.
What is your read of him? You seem a very straightforward and honest woman. I have only met him today, and I have to put quite a lot in his hands. He's not like a gossip or anything like that, is he?
I mean, I can't claim to know him very well, but like from what I've seen, like first impressions, I was like, this is the kind of guy, when you're running a machine shop, you got to get those kind of snap decisions. This is the kind of guy you don't let anywhere near a milling machine. You don't know what anywhere near a bandsaw. Just instantly lose a finger kind of guy. But seeing him working with the archives and the records and stuff, he was good. I was surprised and impressed. I think he takes it seriously. He seems eager to please, I guess you would say, but maybe not a gossip, or at least I've never heard of him being a gossip. He actually doesn't seem to be that friendly with the other archivists either. Not for his part, just kind of ignore him. Maybe because he's a low man on the totem pole, so to speak.
Well, that is still helpful. I appreciate it. I have not met very many mortals. Do you consider yourself a exemplary example of a mortal, or like average?
I'd say I'm pretty typical. Sure.
Not what I would expect.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, with magic and everything, you probably run into a lot more like, magic is real, kind of things. But once you adjust, yeah, I think I'm pretty average.
I would always told that mortals would find necromancers terrifying, disgusting, those kind of adjectives. You do not seem bothered at all.
I mean, I don't know that much about necromancers. Do you do things that are terrifying or distressing?
I think she just like, maybe we can have that conversation at a later date.
Okay, yeah. No, you can teach me about necromancy stuff if you want. Maybe I'll teach you about plumbing work or something.
Again, little exhale laugh, and she goes, "Sure. Well, thank you. I again apologize for them. Hopefully, they will learn good behavior, or perhaps be easily distracted by something and not bother you."
Yeah, maybe I'll make sure to have something shiny here next time they come.
That would work.
Little glare at Fish, but a little pat to Kekino, being like, don't have any problem with him. She's just like, well, I gotta say, it was really great to meet you, Clara Denier. Denier, I'm saying that right? Denier. Yeah.
I think she does she does like the really French pronunciation, which is like Denier, but it's just like Denier is fine. That is what most people call me here.
Yeah, well, it was great meeting you, and feel free to come by anytime. Puts her hand out for a handshake. You know, I don't know if you do like a full grasp for your little.
I think she's always going to be someone with a very delicate hand, but less
Yeah.
of the like limp little wimpy one that she does. More of a normal, just very like gentle handshake.
Jesse has like a mitt that just like encloses your whole hand. But despite this big, like very calloused, rough hand, just gives you like a little squeeze and then lets go. Like you know, used to being delicate. And yeah, you can head on out. You've got the camera.
Did we
know
get
how
a
to
photo of Kakano yet?
You did get a couple photos of Kekano. You may want to take a new one just because it's kind of like a darker room, and maybe you want to take like all the animals together or something like that. There was probably a time where.
Do I need to develop film? I think in the 50s you were still developing, right? Or were we at
there is instant film at this time, but this is film that you still have to develop. Jessie strikes me as the kind of person who absolutely has like a dark room set up, just kind of like stashed away somewhere in her room. If she's
and she's explained that to me, being like, once you're happy with a couple photos, bring them to me.
Bring them back and I'll develop.
Right.
Cool. Just put it under your cloak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was they actually did that for some silver type photos. The photographers would purposely wear like long cloaks, and then the way you would do the original instant development, because it still had to be in the dark, is you would slide it out of the tray and then just like immediately under your shirt, and then you just kind of like check on it like this every once in a while, and then
like in the oven.
Yeah. Yeah, because the first instant film was like basically the development chemicals were like in the film itself. So it would still do the full development process, so it still needed the kind of dark room, but it would just happen automatically instead of a bunch of like subsequent baths. So yeah, you probably took some photos with Kekano, you know, maybe some you're happy with, maybe some you want to retake. Kekano, in trying to make people like his dad as much as possible, probably like started posing on like Fish's feet, and so there's probably like some photos of like Kekano up against Fish's leg or something. Yeah, exactly like that, man. But yeah, that's how that happens.
Bless. Precious. Adorable.
As they're leaving, and you know, Cal like picks up the saucer of, I'm assuming totally finished apple juice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, man.
And they're like walking out. She says in a low tone to Fish. She says, "I genuinely believed I was going to have to revive you from being murdered by a mortal woman."
Let's be honest, Denia. You wouldn't revive me.
I would. It would make Kakano sad.
Oh.
And we don't want Jesse to go to prison.
Yeah, we'd cover it up for Jesse.
It would make me sad.
Yeah, okay, I guess that
And then she actually goes, besides, I actually am not 100% sure if Kakano would survive your death.
Oh,
maybe.
I'm worth something.
Dad will never die.
Yeah.
I would have jumped in front of her dad.
No.
Not worth it!
No. Okay, but if I died, you'd let me see your face, right?
Oh.
Yeah. But
why would that be connected?
No, but like if I'm gonna die, I'd be like, "Oh, dude, Denia, let me see your face," and you'd be like, "Oh, Fish, I actually realize I like you a whole lot. Oh, here you go."
No, I would not completely abandon my religion because you had the audacity to die because you angered a mortal woman or tripped off a cliff or whatever inane thing you'd be doing.
Besides, he doesn't have a face.
That's right.
He does very much like the side eye to Cal, like, I'm
The
doing this
dog look.
properly. I'm doing this right.
Yeah,
like
the same.
nodding, like yes, yes.
Yeah, listen, Denya, I'm betting you don't have a face in the same way that you won't at the Clanlands. And Fish turns and fucking struts away like they've made a huge point.
Oh, rolls her eyes. A gesture she's only learned from watching Isle.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then she's like, sewing machine.
Yeah.
Goes on back.
Yeah. Sewing machine, everything's okay.
Yep.
I think it is now back to the potentially much more stressful interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was
Metal.
so pleasant. This was like watching a slice of life. I was like, wow.
I'm so happy.
When is this gonna go wrong? And it was like, no,
Now.
somehow this is a charm roll that is in Cal's favor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
Being curt and straightforward.
I was like, I really like Jessie. I think she's a great character, and I know Mads likes her, and I'm like, she'll probably get along with Cal unless Cal like super fucks it up in some way. And I'm glad he didn't. It was just nice.
It was
There's-
beautiful.
there is
Really,
no
it was
way-
just really nice.
There's no way to fuck up when you're standing next to Fish in comparison.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
definitely helped. Yeah.
But I feel like Fish is like at least technically charming, and it.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's just
not for Jessie.
yes.
Yeah, but if you're a lesbian, completely immune.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's completely
Awesome.
immune. Fish's cuteness, like, is just nothing. Like,
It's a boyish charm only.
Yes.
I do think that immediately Cal got like plus 20 points by immediately being like, Fish, fuck off. Fish,
Yeah.
fuck off.
100%. Yeah. No, there were definitely like moments where it's like if you're particularly like racist against mortals or just kind of like rude or not considerate or things like that, that might have gone a little bit more sour. But the fact that you were like, yeah, I respect you, you respect me, we are approaching each other as equals. I'm not being sexist towards you, and I'm showing interest in things that you like. It was like 100%. Got a friendship right there.
Wow.
I really
Guys,
wanted you to ask.
We've lost Cal.
You're
Yeah,
still in
yeah.
the friend group.
She's never coming
You'll
back.
never see
That
her
was-
again. She will be
it was
sewing.
a normal,
This is a-
regular interaction.
This is especially bad because you guys are Go Outside Adventure Squad. You guys all love that. And now she has a new squad, which is stay
Inside.
inside.
The inside,
Yep.
Shirley.
Be an indoor cat.
I wanted you to ask her what if she knew metal and like what she thought of metal, just because I really wanted to know.
Oh, I would have loved to do that. That's what I would also be wanting as a reader of this. But Cal has forgotten who Metal was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a sewing machine, man. There was a sewing machine to focus on.
Yeah.
God, all my hard work is ruined.
Yeah, you have been completely undone by Jessie. Small talk sucks.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the car on the way to my problem, she's like, Cal is so beautiful. Fish is so amazing.
Yeah.
I'm so
They
awesome.
slept over in my house.
You know the scene in fucking Fairly Odd Parents where Timmy turns into a girl and becomes friends with Trixie Tang, and Trixie's like, "You're my best friend," and then it cuts to the blonde girl and she goes,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's me
"That's
right
just
now.
what happened."
Yeah. You're my
Oh,
best
no.
friend, Jesse. Metal's like, I feel a cold sweat breaking out, and I don't know why.
No wonder she's so nervous.
I'll,
Yeah.
I'll see someone being mean to Fish and gains hit points.
That's why she's so powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every
Okay.
time.
1 second. I'm holding my lemonade with my foot, so 1 second.
Oh my god.
Okay. That was horrible.
What a stunt.
Okay.
Also, Patrick,
we made it.
I did think the entire time of being like, why do I keep associating Shepherd with Winnie the Pooh? I thought it was A.A. Milne, and then I was like, was the fucking illustrator?
Yeah.
It would be funny if E.
Oh.
Shepherd was secretly drawing Winnie the Pooh.
Maybe.
Still time. There's still time.
Yeah. Could be. Maybe, maybe E.H. Shepard is a sorcerer too. Maybe his power is his pictures are inherently
Really
charming.
cute. Yeah.
Oh no, I have to
His
stop.
powers
Noodle.
is he created Eeyore,
Uh-oh.
and therefore he's a god.
The
Yeah.
power of drawing little guys.
He is for me.
Noodle, no. Nope.
Yeah, he's jumped where he shouldn't, so I'm gonna get him in a sec. But
That's fine.
I just want to say, apart from fish being terrible, lovely scene, lovely
Yeah.
scene.
Yeah,
Let's
thank you,
now go
Patrick.
Yeah, I love
Like,
Jesse. Now let's go to the most horrible moment of Metal's life.
Yeah.
Let me- I mean, Metal's been through some trauma, so probably not
Sorry.
the most
I know.
horrible. Um,
In recent memory.
I'm watching
Jesse-
an anime right now called My Happy Marriage, and they
I've heard
basically
of that
like
one.
it's really good. Well, I don't know if it's good. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
That's
but,
such
like-
an anime thing to do. It's
Yeah.
really good. No, I need you to understand it's not really good. I recommend it. That is a different thing.
but it's like a girl who's like basically like Cinderella, and like she
Aw.
goes and
Causing
like
problems.
yes, and like she goes off and like starts spending time with people she likes, and then she has to go back to her house, and like her whole demeanor changes to like the saddest, quietest girl, and I just know that that's
Aw.
what's going to happen to Metal, and I'm so scared. And I'll like won't know how to react, but know that Vienna is crying.
We just
Yeah.
have to reflect on that Cal probably knows who Eeyore is.
Yes.
My gosh.
Thank God.
And is
That's
she like,
good.
that's me?
Yeah.
That's my man's?
No, this is Patrick. I think you're gonna agree with me. I think that Elise read Winnie the Pooh first, and it's like, you know how the classic sibling relationship is consuming a piece of media and going, "That's you." That's what happened with Eeyore.
Yep.
Elise, Elise went all in for Piglet and went, "That's you" for Eeyore, and then you was probably a little one. We're like, "Is that good?" It's like, yeah.
I was like, let's do the rest of the squad, and I was like, I think that Fish is Tigger.
That's exactly the thought I was just
Yeah.
about to say.
But I don't know.
I thought it was probably Pooh Bear.
Cute.
Oh bother!
Aw, buddy. But I don't know who, like, I feel like Metal just, like, is Christopher Robin, like, we're all her fun, like,
Yeah,
animal friends.
Yeah,
that
I'd
surround
agree
her.
with that.
I don't.
or Piglet.
Isle is a heffalump.
Yeah, Isle is the fucking the Baxen from the Winnie
Yes,
the Pooh 2011
literally.
movie.
Isle is the skull that Christopher Robin.
Not the skull.
The omnipresent. Well,
I
it's
could see
school,
Isle
but
being a gopher.
interesting.
Yeah.
Birdie, yeah, lives in the ground. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Before we get into the trauma, I am gonna run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
I
Yeah, me
also
too.
have to pee. Cool.
Pee break.
You should probably go grab Noodle.
I just did.
Oh, okay. He's no longer breaking things?
He wasn't. Yeah.
He was standing pretty precariously on those boxes.
Oh, those boxes are they're IKEA. They're meant to be that way. They're shelves.
No, I mean there were like some pink something or another under his foot that he was standing on.
Oh yeah, that's what keep the old pin collection in there.
Mm-hmm.
And also I just have 1,100,000 fucking things on my shelves. And
And cats like things to not be on shelves. They like things to be on the ground.
off.
Hey. Shorts, 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 shorts.
Finish your sludge.
I genuinely am probably going to spike sludge into like a chocolate milk or something.
Oh.
You're drinking sludge there, Patrick?
I'm drinking sludge. Mooney makes me sometimes some frozen mochas. So you make like a hot chocolate
nice.
with some espresso powder and such. Then you freeze it and you blend it up into like a smoothie.
Nice.
But the problem is, it does create a little sludge at the end. And yeah, that's what I did last time. I poured milk in there, spiked it with just a little extra chocolate, and made a chocolate milk.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, shorts, love.
My shorts are comfy and easy to wear.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna go catch some rattatas.
Yeah. Do you think is Fish gonna try to water down apple juice for Kakano like people do with their children?
Make sure he doesn't get too much sugar.
No. Absolutely not.
Yeah, just full sugar every time.
Yeah, you know, Fish is like, yeah, my 5-year-old drinks Pepsi. It's fine.
Yeah.
I give when my seal gets sleepy, I gave him a shot of espresso.
Gonna attack it.
God. Fortunately, Kekino can't have medical problems, but in the same vein, there's the old the like old wives trick, especially in Ireland, where it's like, oh, your baby's fussy or their teeth hurt because they're teething. You just take a little bit of whiskey and you just rub it on their gums.
Absolutely.
All right, back to my station.
Go.
They're meant to say while we're mid-session, but I feel like that's something that definitely happened to Fish while they were a baby.
Yeah,
So-
no, absolutely. That would have been yeah, time and place.
Absolutely. So it's just like, yep.
Yeah. Fish absolutely got medicine that was like burdock root and arsenic. Build strong blood.
Got ghosts in your blood, do cocaine about it.
Yep. I was gonna say, Jessie is actually one of the first Sanctuary characters I made. She was like number like 4 or 5 or something. I had Grand Mage Ridgeback, Grand Mage Crown, and got like their deal of like former Grand Mage, now honorary, and then I was like, I kind of have a sense of who the other 2 elders are, but I don't have names or personalities for them yet. And then I had Tone, I had Gof, and then I had Jesse. And then the rest came from there. Yeah.
Mr. Patrick?
Yep.
Do you think it's going to be just the metal scene for the rest of the night?
I think probably.
Okay,
I think
cool. I'm just like,
yeah.
can I abandon my dice and go get comfy?
It depends on how, rapidly we move, how long that scene goes. But I think we've probably got about an hour left.
Cool.
I walk in, she goes, no, we leave.
Yeah.
No, Patrick sent me notes of like all the people that Metal would know, and I was looking through it when I was doing my deep research a few months ago, and I was like, I like Jessie, I want to meet her, and Patrick was like, oh, she'll be going to pasta night.
Yeah.
I was like,
I said there is a reason she may show up before this, but if she doesn't show up, then you'll definitely meet her on pasta night.
Oh yes.
can't wait. Can't wait to
Girls'
meet
gays
Cal does
you.
not run into her. Cal does not run into her. You'll meet her at pasta night.
It's gonna be such great energy. Anyway,
Yep.
that energy.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, we are back with Metal and Isle standing on the steps of the Confessor Dentel house as Manfred holds the door open for you and gestures you inside into
Can
the
I roll to see
foyer.
how fucked up Isle thinks the creepy tooth crest is? Or how cool she thinks it is?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a roll. I don't know.
I rolled
What's
a
a
5.
self-knowledge roll?
So
5?
yeah.
It deeply offends your aesthetic sensibilities.
Well,
You're just
of
like,
which there are none.
it's just like, well, why is it got like a checkerboard pattern? And like the teeth is cool, but like you need to get some antlers in there. You know, you need to. Speaking of which, Manfred is probably making sure your spear stays in the car. As part of
Forgot about that.
as part of redressing you, like
Just to-
dolling you up, he has absolutely taken like the shield that's the scoop of moose antler and like
Yeah.
moved it more to your belt, so it's like more prominently. Taking some of the knives
Like
you
a
have
muscle.
hidden and have them more on your belt, more obviously. Like took away your main weapon, but also made you look a little scarier on purpose.
Okay, good.
Cool,
Allowed.
cool. Love it.
Yeah.
Good work.
Down through a plush hallway, and Metal is thinking about all the time that she spent here, roaming these halls, knickknacks on the shelves, and pictures, going past rooms that she's played in, probably by herself, until you come to the receiving room. Big grandfather clock ticking away, and you see your aunt.
I think Metal's gonna straighten up like immediately. Like if she was kind of slouching and like biting her nail or something,
Mhm.
she is like
Yeah, very
And-
very Pavlovian.
she's on it.
I'll notices
you-
this and maybe like reaches out and like kind of gives her like a comforting shoulder punch, like be yourself. It's okay.
Mm.
Manfred is at your shoulder, and he just says, "Just carry yourself with confidence. She'll respond to that."
Mm-hmm,
And then you hear very quietly, "I hope." And you open the big door, and you are seeing the formal parlor that your aunt receives guests in. A kind of open space, stonework walls with old paintings and the grandfather clock. Big fireplace with nothing in it right now, and above it a big banner of the house crest, making sure that kind of no matter who you are, you know exactly whose domain you're in. And in her large chair, you see a sort of smaller woman, looking a bit older. She she is your aunt, your mother's older sister, but she was quite a bit older than your mom, about 60, 70 years older. And doesn't use magic kind of often enough to completely stave off aging. But she is there in a very elegant dark blue house dress, a small notepad off to the side with her hands folded on her chest, looking at the door in that assessing way that she has. And you see your aunt, Lady Cadence Dentel. And Manfred opens the door and bows you in and says, "Presenting her ladyship Metal Vaunt and her companion Isle Hind." And waves you into the room. There are some like small couches and love seats you can sit on to be opposite from your aunt, or there's standing room if you don't want to be too close or draw too much attention.
I'll bows And under her breath, I'm not sure what she says, but the look on her face is this is a load of barnacles.
Yep, absolutely. And as you kind of enter the room and get yourself a little bit more settled, Lady Dentel is just like, welcome, miss. And of course, niece, good to see you. Come
Oh,
give me a kiss.
Ooh, it's wonderful to see you. And she like goes and greets her, like, you know.
Give a little
However.
like air kiss on the cheek. You can yeah, give me an insight check.
Okay. Oh, that's bad. It is a 9.
Okay. With a 9, she's certainly doesn't seem happy. And she is kind of focusing on Isle. Her eyes are on Isle as she's
We
greeting.
fucked up.
Can
Going
Isle vibe
into
check this
Isle.
woman?
What?
I said, can Isle vibe check this woman?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me an insight check. I'll just make the DC slightly higher because you've never met her before.
15.
15?
Yeah.
With a 15, she was going to immediately launch into an argument with Metal and is now like, oh, there's company. I have to perform.
Suck, bitch.
Yeah, she's going to be on slightly better behavior because you are now a witness.
Hell yeah. All right, cool.
And as
Isle grabs like not massages, but like pushes her coat back. So you can hear
Reveal
knives.
Yeah. kind of post up, not being like, I'm threatening you, but like, I am a threat.
Yeah.
And as she air kisses you, she's like, have a seat, dear. Manfred, some tea if you don't mind. Of course, ma'am. And he steps away to steep some tea for you, which you already had the tea service set out, so he doesn't have to leave the room. He's back in real fast with hot water.
That's my emotional support butler.
Yeah.
He can't leave. Yeah. Metal's gonna like gesture for like Isle to sit down with her. I'm just gonna sit down and sit in a very pretty way. And she's gonna be like, it's so wonderful to see you. I received your letter yesterday, and I called Manfred, and he said, he would bring me to visit you. So I decided to visit you in person instead.
And it is always good to see you, dear. Now, if that worthless sanctuary had heeded what I said, you would have been brought home much sooner. Can't be having you run off on missions when your very life is at stake and the sanctuary is unsafe.
Right. So that's why I wanted to come speak to you in person. I just feel like there's something we need to clear up. I'm actually doing very well, and in fact, I brought my friend with me, and she's actually been working with me as like my protector. So I just wanted to reassure you that I'm actually quite safe and I'm doing very well.
Metal, Isle says, Metal does a lot of good work for the sanctuary. This is her on her best behavior. Yeah. Desperately trying not to say anything that could be construed.
She's doing so good.
Cadence is eyeing you, assessing, and then gives this very small nod and is like, thank you, Sorceress Hind, for protecting Lady Vaughn.
Deputy.
Deputy Hind. Thank you for protecting Lady Vaunt, although of course, as you know, Lady Vaunt, it is what is expected of the normal sorcerers when treating and interacting with a legacy house such as ours. Allow me to give you a token of our esteem. Manfred? Yes. The drawer. And he comes over and he opens the drawer and he gives you like a little badge of the family crest, just like a little pin. And it's kind of like, you have done good service for us. I'm now willing to like accept you as my unpaid agent retainer for my house. Like, I'm rewarding you with more work, like officially. Your reward is you get to wear the crest of our house.
You're so lucky. I think
fucking revolted.
Metal's like, wow, that is so great.
It is
I'll-
quite an honor.
Great.
Taking everything to be like, thank you. I will wear it with pride. And like looks at Manfred like, is this shit for real?
As you make eye contact kind of over her shoulder, he's gone back to like the tea service. He's like,
okay.
Yeah. Like nod, yes.
Uh-huh.
Feeling it.
Yeah. Manfred is definitely purposefully standing in a place where she can't see him in order to kind of help you out non-verbally.
I love that.
Well, still, we cannot allow this indignity to stand. I'm glad you're doing good work. I think it is time that you returned to us. Perhaps take up that job we spoke about with the society. They, of course, do need someone to organize their fundraisers.
And while that does sound like a great opportunity, I've actually I just received like a very important promotion just this morning. And in fact, she's gonna take out her little leaflet and be like, we did such good work, me and my team, with Isle, who's on my team.
I was like pointing at the picture and like, or like, that's me.
It's going out in like the newsletters, and we've actually made such a huge impact. So my influence is actually reaching much further than I initially planned when I took this job. And I do think I'll have some more assignments like that coming up.
She takes the newsletter for you, skims it very quickly, unfolds it back to the first page, and then folds it back and goes, third page, not terrible.
Well, okay.
And ambassadorial work. They have you treating with the natives. Well, it has always been the role of our house to guide others. It is good that Tone is finally giving you work befitting your station.
Oh yes. I am, as you know, I'm very close with Administrator Tone, so I've been working with him quite a bit. He favors me greatly, so I think that's pretty good as well.
Isle says Metal helped invent a sandwich that Tone likes, and halfway through the sentence is like, this was not okay.
Yes, we it's much like planning parties. In fact, I had it special ordered, that kind of thing, to win him over, and it worked. It worked great. You're so right, Isle.
Excellent. Deception check, definitely a low DC because that's kind of what she wants to hear. But
He's
yeah,
like,
that's
"Oh,
the
I
right way to
love."
state that.
Okay, well,
Did you say deception check?
Yeah.
I got a 13.
Okay. Yeah, with a 13, she's considering, and then she nods a little bit. She says, I suppose that is an appropriate usage of your skills. Yet you always complained when I had you plan the parties.
Oh,
You
well,
would come in handy after all.
you know best. So you were right.
Always.
So yeah, so with that, I don't think we need to, doesn't need to be a fuss or anything. I'm perfectly well. I'll, of course, I mean, strong as impressive as she is keeping me very safe if anything does come up. So, no need to do anything crazy.
Manfred? Yes, Mom? Where's that tea? Comes over, pours a whole tea service, offers cream and sugar to you both. And then he starts to walk away, and she stops him and looks at him in the eyes and saying, "Is what you reporting true?" And he turns, bows very deeply, and you know that Manfred would never, ever lie to an explicit question from your aunt.
Oh my god.
As much as he loves you, and as much as he understands that your aunt is a lot, his loyalty runs much more deeply, lifelong.
For
to
sure,
her.
for sure. I will say I'm not lying.
And so you know that it is complete sincerity that he says, I have heard that she is doing excellent and well-respected work, and that she has not been in any unexpected danger nor threat. Good. Manfred, go and prepare her rooms. Lady Vaunt will be staying with us from now on.
Oh shit.
Of course not.
Kyle says there are missions coming up that Metal is required to be a part of.
Yes, I would have to. I wouldn't.
Ridgeback and his people will be able to manage without the guidance of one such as Lady Vaunt, as upstanding and talented as she is. You can also see that Manfred did not leave. He walked to the exit and is just kind of like posted up by the door in a very servant code of being like, I've been excused to do something, but I think you may still need me or are going to call me back in a second, and so I want to actually be here to answer. So you don't get pissed off that you sent me to do a task and then I'm no longer here because you sent me to do a task.
Classic.
But it's also a little bit of show of support for Metal and Isle that he's still in the room and witnessing.
It would be so difficult if I had to, commute every day. It's so I wouldn't want to, put Manfred out. It's so much easier to stay at the sanctuary. Less hassle. I wouldn't want to be.
Of course, we could bring the administrator and the elders here, and if they need your opinion or help on things, you can easily serve them here.
Kyle says, we've been having team building exercises called sleepovers. They're very important and they need to be done at the sanctuary.
Metal's like, oh god.
Give me a persuasion check.
Let's see how it goes.
You killed it with the sandwiches. I just need you to do this for me. I'm afraid.
You should be. It's an out one.
What is the total?
Let's find out. Sure, it's not good. Okay. That's gonna be 0.
0. 0.
-1 persuasion. I see. Cadence looks at you wide-eyed, furrows her brow, glares at Metal, and says, "You are spending your social currency with the lesser sorcerers in sleepovers? You are coming home immediately so that you will spend your social calendar dealing with a higher class of companion."
Oh shit. Listen, I do.
I'll gets up and just stands next to Manfred. I'll leaves this interaction bubble and is like, I'm about to threaten this woman with a knife, so I need to leave.
Manfred definitely looks at you like, yeesh.
He's like, I tried!
Wow, you fucked that.
I think listen, overall it's actually very beneficial, but it's not beneficial for me. It's for like when people think of me, they think of our family and they're just like, oh, I love Metal, I would do anything for her, and that's what I do there. So I just think it makes more sense if I'm there, and then also if I'm not there, people might, they might get distressed. They might think, oh, who took her away from here when I'm like so involved. And I wouldn't want that to reflect badly on us. So I just feel like, I'll come and visit, maybe like every once in a while, but I'm not gonna, I don't think it's a great idea.
Your guidance to the other mages is important, but I worry about your safety with a sanctuary getting attacked and sending you off to God knows where.
That was just like a one-time thing. That's been resolved actually. And then
you're never leaving the sanctuary again.
I mean, the attack was like a one-time thing. I may go on trips, but they're just, they're nothing crazy. And I'm very well protected. And it's probably more like stuff like I did before, where it's just like, I'm meeting people, just like that kind of work, just like sort of networking, kind of stuff. It's not always.
But in more of a ambassadorial role after this successful trip to the Wisa clan.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I can't say for sure, but that's, something I'm very interested in that I would love to be doing more of.
Fine. If you will continue to represent our name and our house with the sanctuary, it does seem like they would be lost without your guidance. I will allow it to continue provisionally. But in exchange, I expect to see you at society functions starting this Wednesday. You will be having an event to discuss the continued support and funding of the sanctuary in light of this attack. And you will not just be present, you will speak in front of the society on what you saw and what you believe about the functioning of the sanctuary.
Metal's brain is like, that woman is trying to do math and is like, can I make this work? Okay. I'll do that. That's very, very generous offer.
While we are there and reassessing your role with the sanctuary, we will see about perhaps making you some other contacts, or maybe something that doesn't require you to go into the sanctuary. We'll discuss it further with the others.
I think Metal in her mind is like, okay, I've gotten out of the one problem. I'll figure out how to get myself out of the second problem when I get to it.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like, that sounds wonderful. Lovely. I'll be seeing you on Wednesday then. I will need a new dress.
Join me here before the meeting so that I can ensure that you are dressed and behaving appropriately to represent our family.
Okay. Should I find a new dress, or will like Manfred be bringing me one, or do I need to shop? I assume I should get something new.
I'm sure you can find something in your closet that will suit if you don't care about our reputation and standing with the members of the society. But that's, of course, up to you, dear.
Okay. Sounds great. I'll work on it. Well, it's been pleasant. I better.
It's always a pleasure to see you, dear. Come here. Comes in, gives you another air kiss. Remember to conduct yourself appropriately. I approve of the fact that you have this companion bodyguard of yours to ensure your safety.
I was like, oh, she approves of me now.
And Metal.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that you are a member of our family.
I would never forget that.
I will not tolerate you conducting yourself the way your mother did.
Oh, bitch! Oh my god! I think Metal goes like bright red and is like probably the closest she's ever come to saying anything. And is like, of course. Well, I'd best be going. And it's just gonna turn around and leave.
Excellent. Manfred, show them out. And he just like, yeah, I knew it. I shouldn't have gone anywhere. I'm right here. And he's bringing you out of the house, and he says, "Of course, I will see Lady Vaunt outside." And he always calls you Lady Vaunt in company. You know, Metal is a private term for you. And considering this talk about your mom it may occur to you that that's kind of on purpose. That your aunt is Lady Dentel. Your mother should have been Lady Dentel and chose to go with a new name and distance herself from her family. She chose the Vaunt name, and you chose to use Vaunt in memory of her. Manfred may even just a little bit be leaning on your last name, reinforcing to everyone, but especially to your aunts, that you are your own person, separate from the family. In the same way that you kind of, maybe you really heavily lean on somebody's chosen name when somebody uses the wrong name for them in mixed company, that he has always been kind of showing his support for you being your own woman, separate from your aunt, and even subtly reminding your aunt of that fact.
Bless him. I love him. Yeah.
You
I
head
think it's
out, and the doors close, and you are in the manor proper again, as he is leading you out. What do you do?
I was angrily shoving as many, like, if there's any little fancy sandwiches or anything, she's like, just taking it, fucking shoving it in her bag. She's like, oh my fucking god, that. She's waiting. Listen, I learned from last time that she shouldn't say things while people might be listening, such as threatening to kill someone. So,
Yeah.
Isle is bursting at the seams to not say anything, but instead she's just like angrily stomping.
I would say there was a little plate of like finger sandwiches and nibbles to go with the tea. And as soon as you start like taking, you took some off to eat some, and as you were leaving, Manfred is carrying the tray out, and he kind of shields it with his body, so you can just kind of like scoop them all into a bag without her noticing.
Yes.
And yeah, stomping out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Metal, like, as soon as the front doors close and they're outside, she's like, I feel sick. I don't feel good.
I was like, you should puke in these bushes. These bushes deserve it. You should puke.
I think she does.
Yeah.
She's like, you're right.
Isle holds her hair back.
Manfred is rubbing your back.
Well, I think that went pretty good. Arlie, you were actually great help. I don't want you to feel bad. It couldn't have gone
You don't have to lie. I'm sorry.
No, it couldn't have gone better, actually. That's like really good. I was this close to getting, shut away forever, and that's on the back burner for now. So
That is actually a rather positive result. I thought we were pretty close there for a little while, but it seems like everything's going to be as good as we could hope.
Yeah, now I just have to figure out what to do on Wednesday, which I'm sure will also go well. Positive thinking.
Utmost faith in your abilities.
Okay. Well, I will need a dress delivered to me immediately that is suited to my aunt's liking in the current fashion and looks nice.
I was like, what if you don't go? What happens?
I die. Well, no. No problem. No, I won't die. But well, I'll just basically never see you again, and I'll be taken away, shut in my room.
Okay, is Manfred?
Yes.
You literally kidnap Metal from the sanctuary? Because that's what would have to happen.
Goodness, no.
Exactly. And no offense, but your aunt's pretty frail-looking motherfucker. She's not gonna get you.
It is true that Lady Dentel's power runs in a more influential and financial direction than sorceress power. As far as I know, I'm not wholly sure how these things are measured.
Yeah, does she know any professional kidnappers?
I think we look at each other.
Yeah.
Well,
I was like, 'cause I do.
Perhaps not
And I don't
personal.
think that the circles are the same.
oh,
Therefore,
It just reminded me of Ocean's 11. I know everyone you would send after me, and they like me better than you.
love that. Metal is just like basically it's way more complicated than that. I can't just like pretend it doesn't exist.
I was like, have you
Though
tried?
I would like to. Well, I mean, no. Manfred, on a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you think that would work?
I would say, Lady Vaunt, that was a solid 6.
That's not below 5.
We have had far worse outcomes. Do you
Okay.
remember the time that she caught you playing with the gardener's boy and you were grounded to your room for a week and a half?
Uh-huh.
She took all your toys away and she put them in a big basket in the parlor. And I wasn't to give you any of them at all.
Yeah.
But I did anyway.
But
Always
well,
do.
okay. Well, I'll think about it. Anyway, I think we should go because I gotta get out of here.
Of course. If you'll wait just a moment. He opens the door to get you back in the car, and then as he closes it, he goes and gets like a little rake, and he just kind of rakes out the puke into the wood chips. Make sure it's like all clean and nice before he leaves. And then starts driving you back to the sanctuary.
Kyle has
think-
ripped off the brooch and been like, Metal, like, you're pretty cool, but there's no way in hell I'm wearing this.
Oh, I
And
wasn't
she-
gonna say. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting you to.
I'll put it like in her pouch if she needs to use it for later bullshittery. But like emotionally, she wants to just throw it out the window. But
Yeah.
we'll
Metal's
keep it for
She's like, I think that whole thing is so stupid. Anyway, I think for the car ride, Metal is just really ruminating on the comment about her mom, and she kind of wants to act up a little, but she's thinking about it a lot.
Would you care to do the shopping for the dress with me, or would you like me to just send out with your measurements?
Yeah. Can you please do it? I don't want to go.
the worst shopping spree of all time. A butler, a crying girl, and
An aisle.
and a woman who'd rather die than enter a department store.
Yeah.
In the back of my mind, I'm like, I need Cal to make me a beautiful black ball gown, but I need to have a backup. I need to have both.
Okay, I want you to know that, like, I was like, okay, if they take Metal into her room, I can turn into a horse and come back at night and
Kick the doors down.
I can't drive, but I can horse.
You're so right. Just a quick 30-minute horse.
Yep.
Down the highway.
Yep. Down the highway.
Less.
Um, you drive back. The nice neighborhood kind of passes and becomes more dense city before disappearing. You pass through a small little town kind of on the outskirts. You see the sign Cumberland. And then it gets a little more rural, a little more forested, and then you're back in the forest surrounding the hotel.
I think Metal relaxes when she's back in familiar ground. Finally.
Okay,
Yeah.
so where Fish and Cal? Like, how soon can we meet up and debrief?
Surely.
Cal probably had like a good half hour or so between talking to Jesse and Metal and Isle getting back. So whatever you want to have done. Want to go, get some lunch, hang out in the archive and do some work. Whatever you want.
If Cal wanted to go to the archive, Fish would have stood around boredly but politely.
I think Cal would have either gone to the archives or, depending on, like, it's still really early, right?
It's kind of like 12:30 at this point.
Okay,
So,
I would go to, like, I think she would go to just at least briefly go check on Wilma and get a picture of Wilma, see if she needs any food or if the grass is fine.
Okay, then we've been cruising, absolutely. Like Fish has been like, and saying to Wilma, all right, now I need you to pose like this, or else I'll turn you into chops. Like that's just their default thing now.
I hate you.
why don't you leave? Yeah. Why don't you go bug yourself? But no, she's okay with that. She hasn't been around
Okay,
Isle
Wilma
quite
now confirmed lesbian sheep.
Yeah.
It all
no,
makes sense.
we're taking photos with Denier and Kekano. You like Kekano, don't you?
I do like Kekano. Yeah. I like Wilma.
Yes, we're taking photos.
And she's like goes to Kakano and she's like, what is happening?
And I can barely hear you.
Your mic is really quiet. I think I can only hear you because I.
Far away. I took my
Oh,
headphones
Oh.
out. I was just making aggressive buying, and then I said, she turns to Kakano and goes, what is happening?
I think between the two of you, you know what? Roll an animal handling check with advantage. Either one of you can roll twice, or you both roll and choose whoever's better.
Okay.
Eight?
My animal handling is +2. What's yours?
Mine is, I think, +3, just because I have most of the intelligence stats. Let me double check.
Okay. Then I guess we both roll and whoever gets higher. But like to get to the point of it, I think the paddock, wherever Wilma is, being held, that's where we're gonna find each other. Yes?
Yeah. No, this is absolutely where Metal and Isle are gonna find you.
Okay, well I rolled a 10.
Alright, let me go. Boop, 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 boop. Only a 5 for me.
Okay. So the highest is 10 into 12. Yeah?
No, 8 into 10.
Gotcha. You managed to get Wilma to stop headbutting or biting you, mostly due to Kekano's influence. And you get some nice pictures of them together. You can't get Wilma like perfectly still, and with cameras this time, some of them may have come out a little blurry because she keeps like shifting her legs or trying to wander off because you're asking her to stand still for a little bit. But you do get some at least good or decent pictures of her and of the two of them together.
Yes.
And I'd say Metal and Isle come back. Isle, after a stressful situation, probably wants to go up to her sheep and go.
Yeah.
Metal also wants to do that.
Yeah.
And
I think
Manfred asks Metal to hold back for just a moment.
Okay.
He once Isle is out of the way, so it's a more private moment. He puts his hands on your shoulders and says, I know she's can be very hard to deal with, but I believe in you. Are you gonna be okay?
Yeah. Thanks. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna go hang out with my buddies. These are my buddies, by the way. I think she's gonna like be like, "That's Collisionist. That's
Would you
Fish."
like me to? Yes, I've got time.
Okay.
And he just gives you a quick like hug and then walks over separate from you. More like, broke the butler persona while you were kind of alone, but now you're gonna go back to where the people are. He's gonna be a butler again. And yeah, he is just like, good afternoon, everyone. I am Manfred, longtime butler of the Dentel legacy family. It's a pleasure to meet you. And who is this charming creature?
I'm Fish.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Fish.
This is the one I told you about. They're so funny. They're really
right. Yes. And so if you're Fish, I assume this is Kekano, and this is Wolma, you said.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
His name
she's
is
new.
also Sven. Makes it easier for me.
Yes, Manfred, it is a pleasure to meet you. And if you have a message specifically for Wilma or Kekano, but he can understand you naturally. But I can communicate with animals, so if there's anything that you ever wanted to say to a sheep, let me know and I can pass the message on.
Yeah.
Of course. Please translate this with my regards to Wolma. You are a charming example of sheep kind.
Okay.
Wow.
He said you're ugly.
Fucking bite him. And then Wolma comes up and like headbutts him really hard in the knee.
Wait, no, please. He's old.
Like, oh, she likes me.
Oh yeah, no, she does. She said
Manfred
thank you very
fails
much.
that perception check.
This is a headbutt of affection.
Of course. And
I
Cleric,
think.
I believe,
Yeah.
Collisionist.
Mm-hmm.
Pleasure to meet Metal's new best friend. It is good to see you, and I hope you visit sometime, and perhaps we could go on some trips together if any of you actually would like to come with Metal.
I am.
We're gonna summer with the metal in the Canada Hamptons.
Yep.
I'm very busy. I do not have much time for best friend trips. Sorry to
Of course.
disappoint.
Well,
No, and of course
like
it would be
later.
Metal's
Like-
discretion, but whenever you're free.
I mean, we work. We're busy.
Yeah,
Anyway.
we're so busy.
Swamped.
Yeah.
Well, bid you good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, to Kekano and Fish.
I can
It was
kill.
Pleasure meeting you.
If Metal sees the camera, can she be like, "What you got there?" And then can she also be like,
Smoothie?
I think we should get like a group picture.
Yeah.
If I see that, and Manfred can take it for us.
Oh, of course. Absolutely.
I was like,
Oh,
this
yeah.
might as well happen.
Yeah.
Maybe just like a few, just for like, this is what our cosplay photos are going to be. So
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
be like,
Like all huddled in, and Kekano's like under the arm as well.
Yeah. Okay. Now do a fun one.
That looks exactly the same.
Everybody say camembert.
Do you pull Woma into some of these shots?
oh, for sure.
Well, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
She's definitely like eating Manfred's like shoelace.
Oh,
Really, you're gonna like pull her off to bring her into the photo.
Miles says, Wilma, do you want to be in it? And then looks at Fish like, no, you didn't. I know you lied to my girl. So better not lie this time.
That's the tall one in case you forgot because you're terrible.
Isle is
She
my
wants-
mom, and you're terrible.
There's a
She
love
wants you to
triangle.
she wants you to be in the photo, please.
Okay. And she like she like looks at you and then kind of wanders over to Isle, kind of leans against her leg. And yeah, you get some nice snaps, some good photos. And yeah, Manfred probably heads off back home. You don't have any photos of Swifty yet. Probably just a couple photos left in the roll if you want to take some Swifty photos before you get that developed. But I will say that all of you reconvene and head back downstairs into the sanctuary proper. There is a as you head down into the sanctuary, there are some other people coming and going. You can see someone who just finished talking to Tops and is sort of leaving into the sanctuary proper. And Metal kind of recognize him from behind. It's just for just a split moment before he's away and through the double doors. But someone you think you recognize, and someone else is standing at the front desk, and this is someone you don't recognize, but Isle does. As she hears the elevator open before her, turns around, and you see a rather careworn woman of middle age, hair graying a little prematurely, and she looks at you, eyes wide, shocked, and in a trembling voice, she says, "Gertrude. Gertie? Gertie, you're alive!" And you flash back to the last time you saw Amy. She grew up with you in the orphanage, a little bit older than you. Not a friend, but someone you interacted with sometimes. And then you remember the last time you saw her, as she clawed through the dirt, trying to reach you, screaming your name, saying, "Please, please, 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 Gertrude, please, please, no!" Her leg trapped under the rubble of the building, next to the dead bodies of some of the other people you recognized, one of the nuns from the orphanage. And what did you do? What did you do when she asked for help?
Ran.
Yes, you ran. You ran, and you ran. You are back in the present. And her face is lighting up, so happy to see you. And as she toddles over a little bit to give you a hug and to see you, you can see the stiffness of her fake leg. She lost that night. And that is where we'll end tonight's session.
I was like, anyways, I have to take a picture of the cat.
Yeah. Anyways, don't know what's happening with you. Gotta take a picture of the cat.
Wait! Oh my god!
Okay.
Fuck.
Whoa!
We'll unpack that in a second, but first I just want to say that we have to have at least 4 copies of the best photo from the set of the 4 of us, so we can each have one to wistfully look at as we're torn away from one another by
Obviously.
Cal pastes on pictures of Jessie and
Cal's got a hand-drawn picture of her and Jesse and Jamal.
Scratched out.
she's like, I don't know what your wife looks like, Jessie, but she's probably
She's here
cool
too. She's here too.
Yeah.
Her new family. Oh my god! Wow, that's hardcore, dude. I'm freaking out.
Yo.
Okay.
What are the odds?
Vienna was like, I have nothing to attend to. I have no eggs in my sanctuary basket.
And then I specifically said, as far as you know.
God.
Wow.
What are
Isla's
the
main
odds?
goal is to blow up and then act like she don't know nobody. But is to abandon her past life / lives in any and all capacity. And now that goal cannot be achieved.
I also, the name Gertrude has come up like
I was
twice.
just about to say, no,
Yeah.
3
You said that-
times. Because Aunt Gertrude was on the train. That was what Fish called Cal.
Oh my god, did she freak out when it happened?
No, because I forgot what I had dead name dial.
Yeah, I had already established Gertrude Longfisher in like my notes before I was chatting with Vienna about like some deeper character stuff. And she was like, I want an old-fashioned name for like my original name as a little kid, like Gertrude or Gertie or something like that. I'm like, yeah, sure, Gertrude. And then I was like, Isle, doesn't it feel weird to have people using like your dead name all the time in this clan land? And Vienna was like, oh, I completely forgot.
You're dead.
100% didn't remember.
Gertie and Gertie.
Whoa. Sounds the same when you say it.
You say one of them
It's
wrong.
not mean. It's. I'm sorry that the part. I don't think it's mean.
No, I'm.
Is it mean?
That's
Do you
like
think
my like a jump reaction of being like, when somebody says something. It's like when you say "ow" because you're startled. It's not actually mean. It's just something to say.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
no, what? Am I being insulted? That's fine. I'm fine.
No, if you are, I want to know. I hope I do.
No, I'm literally not.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Listen, of the people from Isles Past, this is the least worst one who could show up.
That's
I'm
fine.
telling
It
you
could
that.
be Shrek.
We'll see about that. It could be Shrek. That's true.
She seems happy to see you.
That would be great. She'd be like,
We'll
God,
see.
I can get laid again.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, been missing that Shrek dick.
That's the
or
worst thing I've
Beth.
ever
I
heard.
don't know what's going on with Shrek dick here. I don't judge.
It's the
I'm dying.
ears.
Also, wait, was that the person that Metal recognized, were they together? Or was that like a separate person?
Entirely separate. And even though the session's over, I will let you roll a check to recognize who this is. I'd say this is more perception or insight rather than
no.
Anything else.
It's a 9.
Okay. He's kind of wearing like a little. He's wearing like a big like overcoat, like old kind of detective style overcoat. Swinging in, like an old private eye in a movie.
Is he very skinny?
Does he clack when he walks?
He does not clack when he walks, and he is not very skinny nor particularly tall. He is actually kind of a squat man with a bald head. You can see kind of shining.
Eddie Valiant
through.
from Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah, a little bit of beard. You can see just kind of out of the corner, and he's got his kind of like off-white detective's overcoat as he sweeps in to the sanctuary. And although
It could be really Ray Sandwich.
it could be,
Bald.
as
Yeah, he went through a phase. It's
He
fine.
did go through face.
with a 9, I don't think Metal necessarily realizes this immediately, but for Mads, you were told that the investigation team was in town and coming back. These are people you may know as one of the chief detectives for the sanctuary.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's someone Skullduggery has beef with.
Maybe. Skullduggery seems to have beef
Very
with
likely.
everyone in his profession.
Yeah.
Like, the only time I can remember Skullduggery being like, yeah, this other detective is okay, was when, I think in the Florida thing, when he goes to, like, Detective Gumshoe or whoever else had that stupid name, and Skullduggery was like, hey, you suck. And Gumshoe was like, yeah, objectively, I'm not great at my job. And Skullduggery was like, okay, I like this guy. It's like the only time he's been nice.
My God.
Now,
The revelations tonight.
I wanted to like pull Metal aside and be like, you know what? You can just run away, and no one has to know where you went, and it's actually fine.
That's actually the thing I really like about this dynamic is being like, what are the consequences of Metal not doing what her aunt says? And it's like, they could be not great. They're probably not that bad.
I love the Isle Metal team up. I think that's iconic.
I love it too.
It's so cute. Like the fact that we had all this, and I was like, "It's okay, Metal. You know, you should just run away. Everything's fine. We're here for you.
Yeah.
No drama." And then she's like, "I would never have anything happen like that." And then immediately we go home, and it's like nightmare. Yeah. Obsessed.
No,
love
fair.
It.
And
like, forget it.
I also like that team up of being like,
Foster.
of being like, here is Isle in her like protective mode, but also on her best behavior.
Which is all completely antithetical to each other.
Yes.
Isle
was so
ready.
Good.
Okay, because we weren't out of ear of Manfred, Isle was going to offer to kill your aunt for you.
Yeah,
like,
it's a good thing you
very.
It's a good thing you were gonna say that outside of earshot of Manfred. He would probably sympathize with the sentiment, would absolutely do everything he could to stop you.
Yeah, no, he would call the cops. Yeah.
Can't trust him.
No, do not.
He's a nice guy. Not on our side, though.
No, absolutely not.
Why we don't lie.
Yeah.
It's all making sense.
Yep.
Very interpersonally nice, like a father or at least an uncle figure to Metal. Also, his loyalty, though, is definitely with his long time employer.
Oh my God, this was like, this was so wild.
Oh my God,
I love
such
it.
a cinematic session.
Yep. Obsessed.
Now,
guys, you want to chat about anything else session-wise?
Yes, just a real quick thing. I feel like it
Oh,
would
it
be
doesn't
one.
have to be really quick. I can hang out. Moon.
We've lost.
I can't even hear her. She's just.
Oh yeah, we can. Yeah, Mooney's saying our food is ready, so we can. I can take it downstairs. Just do like mobile Discord if you want to keep talking. If you want to chat for longer. Otherwise, if you want to do one quick thing.
My question was because so obviously we're all gonna go dressed up to this this society meeting, and it's
We're
gonna be like
crash the ball.
it's gonna be
Yeah.
like our requiem ball. Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm gonna take Jessie as my plus one.
Absolutely.
This is like,
And
I'm
to-
married.
Platonically.
My nightmare.
So, but I'm just trying to remember specifically the lore behind the facade tattoo, because like I think I recall that it was like a difficult thing that even Skullduggery like was having trouble getting, and even having it
Yeah.
affected by China. But my thought is like, Fish is gonna have a major roadblock because just of their facial tattoos. They're just not even going to be let in at the door. They need to have something.
Maybe somebody has a really strong
Masquerade
foundation.
ball.
Honestly, just a
Masquerade ball.
concealer.
For
Yeah.
no reason. It doesn't matter that it's just like a function.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will look cool.
You can be my necromancer sidekick.
Okay, that'd be nice. Yeah.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I love that.
These are our
Yeah.
2 pet trash bags.
I would love to see the outfit
We
that
are
Cal made.
necromancers. Ignore the little logo that says hefty.
I am hungry. Do you want to keep Patrick and I on the call, or are we gonna wrap it up?
Oh,
I'm
go
having
eat.
fun talking.
I'm totally okay with going
I'm cool
to
with talking
mobile
and
and keep
eating.
talking.
It's just like if you're like we're done. We'll hang up in a minute. Then there's no point. But
No.
if we want to keep talking, then we should go downstairs.
Yes.
I'm
I
happy
would
to
like to be
chat
brought
because I
downstairs.
love you guys.
Okay.
I
Alright,
had
see you in a
so
moment.
much caffeine today so I could stay awake.
Hey, me too.
Oh, good.
Great job. Great job,
I
guys.
got one of those buzzy lemonades from Panera at like 5
Oh.
p.m.
Oh, that's late.
Yeah.